All right. Looks like everyone here is ready. I'd like to call to order the study session. And our first item up for bid here is DR 22-149 Rivulon Commons Building E.
I'm going to recuse myself from this.
Thank you, Commissioner Blazer.
Thank you, Chairman and Commission. Rivulon Commons Building E is case DR 22-149. It's located off of Pecos Road, just west of Lindsay Road. It is adjacent to the Rivulon Commons development, which is just to the west, so this is an extension of that office complex. The current zoning on the property is business park. The applicant, as part of this request, is not requesting a general plan amendment or a rezone request, as the office building is consistent and compatible with those existing entitlements. The site is 6.4 acres. It's part of a larger 280 master plan development that we know as Rivulon. As I mentioned previously, it is consistent with the general plan, so we are just taking a look at the design review application tonight. The applicant is proposing a two-story structure that is 107,000 square feet of Class A office space. Important to note with this development is that there is interconnectivity with the Rivulon Commons development to the west. Access points are off of Pecos Road and La Arbolita, and then connections, as I mentioned, to that adjacent development. There's also pedestrian connectivity throughout the site that will connect to the larger development as it continues to grow to the east and to the south. Later on your agenda tonight, we'll talk about the Rivulon, Stillwater Rivulon multifamily development to the south. So I've illustrated on this map the pedestrian connections that would connect this office complex to that development as well as over to the west with the rest of that Rivulon Commons development. In terms of the landscape plan, the street frontage landscaping has been installed. That is consistent. What is being proposed on site is consistent with the Rivulon plant palette. So staff is not concerned with the landscape plantings on site. The site does largely comply with the existing development pattern within the Rivulon area, as well as the PAD that exists on site. This is the south side of the building. The landscape plan didn't fit on one slide. So this is south of the building, in between this Rivulon Commons Building E and what is proposed to be multifamily to the south. You can see that there is some trees separating those two, as well as an artificial turf area that continues what has been developed on the larger Rivulon Commons through this parcel. There's 23% open space. That is consistent with the land development code and what is required. Only 15% is required. So within this development, there is an excess of open space. In terms of elevations, these elevations are very compatible with the rest of Rivulon Commons, and it is intended to match that development. So there is nothing that stands out on this that doesn't already exist within that development today. To the top of the parapet is 40 feet. There's roof line articulation. The low parapet is 38 feet. So there's 2 feet of movement within that roof line, which is what staff likes to see. Within Rivulon Commons, this is what exists today with those existing buildings. So I wanted to show this just to show the consistency with the existing office buildings to the west. In terms of the colors and materials, the building will be constructed of concrete tilt-up panels. They will be covered with tile veneer in those two colors, the grayish and the brown. They're also proposing integral color CMU at the base of the building, as well as metal canopies, which is consistent with the rest of the development. Tonight, staff is just seeking overall feedback on the building elevations, colors, and materials. There are no significant concerns from staff, but in the event that the applicant wants to apply for CDs at risk, we wanted to make sure that we understood any feedback the commission might have.
All right. Thank you, Ashley. We'll bring it up here. Does anyone have any questions or comments for Ashley?
Just comments? Yeah.
Commissioner Bianchi,
Thank
please.
you, Chair. As far as feedback goes, I think all the site developments are met or exceeded You say there's no concerns. It looks consistent with the adjacent Revulon development. Materials and colors look good. I think it'll be a good addition. Thanks.
Commissioner Johnson.
Yes. This is also, and I mentioned this in the last meeting about Rivulon, and this not necessarily this site plan. The west side entrance is a very attractive gateway to the whole property. Is there some way we can keep this thematic gateway as the new developments come to base? And I don't know about this one. It'd have to be in a street entrance or whatever, and this is something just for further study, whether we can create that same sort of gateway entrance so you have, quote, arrived at Rivulon. And it's not necessarily a function of this site plan, but something I think for the whole development as this proceeds. So that's just a offhanded comment. Thank you.
Thank you.
I concur with Commissioner Bianchi. I think the project looks great. No issues.
Okay, very good. I agree. I think it looks good, and I actually find it quite refreshing to find somebody exceeding open space. So, you have everything you needed then, Ashley?
I do. Thank you, Chair and Commission.
Very well. Moving right along then. Okay, next item on the agenda is item number 2, UP 22-55, Cooley Station parcels 20 and 21. And for this, we're going to bring up Keith.
All right. Vice Chair Munt, members of the commission, good evening. So my first study session item I have tonight is for, as you've already stated, Cooley Station parcels 20 and 21. So the site is located, you can see it highlighted on the screen in front of you. It's located on Williamsfield Road, just west of Wrecker, right next to, on the south side of Williamsfield Road, right adjacent to the Verdi at Cooley Station development, which is currently under construction, as you can see in the photo in front of you. So I'll talk a little bit more about the request in just a second, but I just wanted to point this out to you. This is a map of what Cooley Station looks like today and what has been developed. And there's a few things on here that are have recently been approved that I don't have on here, and applications that have been submitted for that have not been placed on this map yet. I hope to do that for the public hearing in the future. But you can see the site highlighted in red on the screen in front of you. And as I stated earlier, it's just west of Verdi at Cooley Station, which is letter A. And then you have some multifamily developments south of that, numbers 9 and 10 and 11. And then you have parcels 1 and 2. There's some multifamily north of Williamsfield. Parcel D is a project that I'll be talking about in just a little bit. Parcel C is Fred's Place, which was approved recently for zone change and a general plan amendment. And then you have more apartments further to the west, further to the east, and then at the southeast corner, excuse me, you have the Fry's Shopping Center, and then a bunch of single-family residential surrounding that. So you can see that Cooley Station is a mixed bag of uses. Just wanted to provide a little context as to where this site is in relationship to the remaining to existing developments and future developments in Cooley Station. So as far as the request that's before you tonight, it is a conditional use permit to allow for ground floor residential in the GBC zoning district. And then also a design review case for a master site plan. They're requesting approval of a master site plan for 14 and a half acres to construct. There's a hotel on a portion of the master site plan site. I'll show you in a second, but there's a hotel. But the bulk of the design review case that I'm presenting to you tonight is for a 10.75 acre property for a multifamily and commercial development. And so some of the input that I'm requesting tonight from you as you think about my presentation and as I present the basic information to you is I would like you to provide some input on the elevation designs, the overall design of the site, the amount of ground floor commercial near the future transit center to the south, which I'll show you that in a minute, and the ground floor residential proposal in the Gateway Business Center zoning district. So the site is zoned, as I've stated, is zoned Gateway Business Center, and it's about 10.83 net acres. Before I showed you the gross, but this is the net. And you can see on the site plan in front of you, there's a hotel. There's as part of the master site plan, that area in gray on the kind of the northwest portion of the site, that is for a hotel, for a Residence Inn hotel, which is we're currently reviewing as a design review case, and that's part of the master site plan. And then you'll see the site plan's kind of split up into two sheets, so I had to show it kind of split like this. So you have the 12.83 acre site as a whole, 2.08 acre hotel, and then the Garrett properties, or the Garrett site, is 10.75 acres. So that's everything but the hotel, everything that's in solid line work or dark black or black line work. As far as the uses on the site are concerned, there's 23,600 square feet of retail on the ground floor. So we have several loft units where there's residential on the top 3 stories and then retail on the ground floor. And then there is 358 multifamily apartment units, and the overall density is about 33 dwelling units per acre. Please note that before I go on to the rest of the presentation, please note that during and you can see, actually, hold on. Let me back up before I jump into that. So you can see I wish I had a nice, too bad we can't point to it, but the building along, you can see that there's a building along Williamsfield Road, and that is a loft unit with retail on the ground floor, and about 3 stories of multifamily on the top floor. And then as you move south down Verde Drive, which is the street along the eastern boundary of the project site, you'll see the main site at entrance, and then you'll see another residential building along Verde Drive that has some retail kind of in that north corner of the building on the ground floor, and then residential units above it. And then as you progress further south, you will see in the split, the second sheet, which is on your right, has another building along Verde, and then a kind of a clubhouse space at the corner with some live-work type commercial space on the ground floor. And then along Somerton Boulevard, which goes to the west, you'll see that there's more apartment units. So I just wanted to explain that. There is a second, so I believe there's just one site entrance into the site. They're not allowed to have an entrance off of Williamsfield Road, so that's why we have the site entrance off of Verde Drive. So as far as the design of the site is concerned, please note that during preliminary meetings with the applicant, and as commented on during first review, which we're still in the process of giving them our full first review comments, staff has expressed concerns with the design of the south half of the proposed development, which is comprised of predominantly multifamily residential in the form of a relatively traditional suburban apartment complex, and does not appear to be compliant with the vision of the GBC zoning district on the subject site. And so town staff is asking that the applicant provide additional retail/commercial along Verde Drive and along Somerton Boulevard, especially across the street from the future transit center that is south of Somerton Boulevard. That's planned for the future. And we would like this retail to complement the retail and dining orientation of the GBC district, which extends on the east side of Verde Drive in the Verde at Cooley Station development. The GBC district is to have a walkable streetscape with strong pedestrian connections to the adjacent services. Please note that GBC zoning district is surrounding the transit center area to help promote a higher diversity, active center of mixed-use development that creates a more walkable and neo-traditional environment for the people living and working in the area. So GBC is surrounding that entire transit center to create a variety of origins and destinations, including retail and commercial, and offices with supplemental residential loft above units. A balance of uses in the area will create a vibrant village center and allow the general plan policies of the Gateway character area to be fulfilled. components of transit-oriented development, including a mixture of uses in close proximity to the transit center, so uses such as office, residential, retail, and civic, and specialized retail at centers serving commuters and locals, including cafes and grocery, dry cleaners, etc., are the types of uses we would like to see in this area. So, so after consulting with our transportation planning staff, we recommend a greater balance of uses in the area, and staff feels that this project, with the exception of the building along Williamsfield, does not fully meet the vision that we have intended for the GBC zoning district. So I want to put that out there. Now, as far as the elevations, we'll move on to the elevation design, since this is a design review case. This is building A. So please note that as you look at these buildings, and they're all the same design, please note that during first review, staff has expressed concerns with the lack of design variation between the different buildings, and highly suggests that different neo-traditional design themes be considered from building to building. And you'll notice as I flip through these buildings really quick that the design is pretty much identical for each building. And we want some more variation from building to building so they don't look exactly the same. So here's another view of building A. This is the building facing Williamsfield. Here's building B that's along Verde Drive, and you can see the little key map. It kind of goes along Verde and then kind of tails off to the west. And then here is building D. And so you can see that these are 4-story apartment complex units with stucco, with Cooley Station brick that's prominent throughout the Cooley Station area, flat roof type design, about 40 something feet tall. I can't remember the exact height, which is compliant with the zoning district, which does allow heights up to, I believe, 60 feet and I believe 6 stories in height. And you see garages are on the ground floor on some of these units. And then here's building C, which kind of goes along more towards the south side of the site. More of building D. So there's quite a few of them. So I don't want to bore you with all these elevations. So it's hard to decipher which building is which. But just wanted to put that comment out there that we're seeking input on the variation in the design of the buildings. This is so in the middle of the site, I don't know if you remember seeing in the site plan, there is a parking garage on the south side of the site. It's actually a parking deck. It's a 2-level parking deck. So they needed to provide that in order to comply with all their parking requirements. With the provision of the deck, they do comply with parking. So it's a 2-story deck, and it looks like this. So it's basically has the Cooley Station brick on it. And then we're working with them. We're going to work with them on closing certain portions of it, so it's not so wide open in certain spots. And here's the materials, as I stated: stucco, Cooley Station brick. There's some wood siding. The color palette's pretty good. Overall, the design is pretty compliant with what the neo-traditional design that we like to see in this area. But like I stated earlier, we just want to make sure that there's more variety from building to building. So with that concludes my presentation. And as I stated, I would like to get some input from you on the design of the elevations, the overall design of the site, ground floor commercial near the future transit center. Oh, and I forgot the bullet that was on the second slide, and also the concept of the ground floor residential that is being requested through the conditional use permit. Thank you.
Thank you, Keith. All right. Anyone have any comments or questions for Keith? Commissioner Blazer.
Yeah, I have a question, Keith. Good job. Just curious, how much ground floor commercial would town expect in order to be able to support the project?
Vice Chair Munt, as far as Joan, I forget your. Sorry,
it's okay. Blazer.
Blazer.
It's okay. It's all good.
Sorry, I apologize, Commissioner Blazer. I don't think there's a specific number or a specific square footage of commercial, so I couldn't really tell you that. We would just like to see, obviously, across the street from our transit center, a more a concerted effort to include more retail and commercial space.
Can you show a site plan and just point out where that transit center,
I'm going
where
in the wrong direction.
where you would expect more commercial on
Okay,
a site plan?
So if you look at the image to the right, below the yellow box,
Uh-huh.
you can see there's Somerton Boulevard to the south,
Right.
and there's a building right along Somerton Boulevard.
Okay.
The only location where they have commercial is right at the corner. And our transit center is right across the street. So we want to be able to provide more retail and commercial opportunities for people that are going to be utilizing the transit center.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Blazer. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with the staff report. There seems like so many of these projects try to shoehorn in residential, and it seems inappropriate when you want to have mixed retail or commercial, especially the location. Second, and I agree with you also, Mr. Chairman, the staff about the design. It looks like so many of these apartment complexes looks like Lego building blocks. And not much character to something that looks like Lego building blocks. And so I think we need to have a little more innovation or imagination in some of the fascia design of the complexes, the apartment complexes. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Commissioner Gage.
Keith, can you tell me some more information about this transit center? When is it expected?
Vice Chairman, Commissioner Gage, I don't have that information. I can get back with you on that. I can do more research on that. I know it's future. That's all I could tell you. I will get back with you on the information as to when we can expect the transit center will be constructed or come to fruition.
I just worry about requiring commercial down there when who knows when there's actually going to be people moving through there often enough to make it viable. And then also, if that's the point of the transit center, to have people being able to move in and out, why are we requiring so much parking here when people should be able to use the transit center to get where they need to go?
Right. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Bianchi.
Thank you, Chair. So, Keith, can you clarify something for me? So, is the entire first floor being planned as residential? Because I'm trying to read back in your report. You said, what was the one that had 23,000 square feet of retail on the ground floor? Can you clarify that?
Vice Chairman, Commissioner Bianchi. So the building, the 23,000 square foot of retail is the amount of retail or commercial space, I guess, if you want to call it, for the entire development. So if you see on the site plan, the building along Williamsfield Road, the whole ground floor is going to be commercial. It's kind of like it's hard to explain. It's kind of like an open kitchen to open restaurant type kitchen type concept. The applicant can explain more about that aspect of it. But then you can also see in building B, which is south of the main entrance to the development, there's that north corner of the building has a small commercial space. I can't remember exactly how much square footage it is. I think it's about 8 to 10, maybe 10,000 square feet of commercial. And then you can see as you go further south at the corner at Somerton and Verde, there's that clear white space right at the corner of that building, right at the corner that has some commercial space as well. And my understanding that's about 8 to 10,000 as well, or estimated to be, and it is a live-work, co-working type space.
Okay. All right. I think as far as feedback goes, I think the colors look acceptable, but I agree with Commissioner Johnson's points. I agree with the variation and perhaps maybe see some more relief along the roof links there. And I agree with you guys. I'd prefer to see a mix of uses, especially in the business center district over just solely residential. Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, Commissioner Davis.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Keith. One question I had is, are there other, it looks like there's some multifamily across the street to the east. Is that have ground floor commercial as well? Is that does that exist on any of the other like more residential streets out in this area?
Vice Chairman, Commissioner Davis. So right across the street to the east, there is an apartment complex existing that doesn't have any commercial. It's a traditional apartment complex. But as you the closer you come to the corner of Verde and Somerton, we're working on we just received a submittal for a loft unit right at that corner that has some co-working type commercial space on the ground floor right at the corner, right across the street. So there's a traditional suburban apartment complex, and then there's also a loft unit that's being proposed at the corner of Somerton and Verde. Okay. So we're trying to establish that vision or that presence of more commercial / office space as we get closer to that transit center.
Okay.
So we just feel that this what's being proposed is not necessarily meeting that criteria of what we have discussed with the applicant for quite some time.
All right. The other question I have is, are those ground floor residential units could they be constructed to be able to convert to commercial in the future on the ground floor with higher ceiling heights and so to accommodate future commercial if the transit center was far into the future? Perhaps that might be something to consider.
Chairman, Commissioner Davis, the applicant would have to speak to that, I believe. I think that's something that is possible. I think that's the concept. That's kind of what they're doing with the live work or the co-working space, whatever you want to call it, concept, that they would potentially have the ability to transition that into a more traditional retail / commercial suite or space. Okay. But I would be comfortable if the applicant would address that more as they would understand the design implications.
I just raise it as a possibility of something
right.
to look at depending on the timing of that transit center. Right. I do agree it would be nice to have that commercial support, but I think that if that's 10 years down the road, that's a lot to ask for some vacant space to sit there. As far as your concerns with the design, I agree with you. I do think more variation is needed. I did notice out in the area there are some projects. You mentioned the Cooley Station brick. I noticed there's also some blonde brick that gets used out there on some other projects. I didn't know if maybe that's an opportunity to mix it up a little bit on some of the buildings. They could vary color-wise, material-wise, mix those things up. I didn't have huge issues with the forms, but it does seem like a lot of the forms out there are kind of the same, so it would be nice to see that mix up a little bit out there because you could really end up with a lot of the same out there and not sure exactly where you're at. So I definitely agree with staff to mix it up and create more variation along that streetscape.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so my question, Keith, is on the ones where you showed the garages, is that in lieu of this commercial, or do they have garages on the rear sides in the areas where there is ground floor commercial as well?
Chairman Munt, no, it's not in lieu of the garages. Those garages are going to continue to be garages. Let me see if I can find it. It's kind of hard to visualize and see. I believe it's that the south elevation. I believe it's the far right-hand side would be the location along the south that would have the commercial space. But the garages are going to remain garages, and they're not going to be transitioned into any other type of use. So,
okay, thank you. Yeah, I agree. The elevations they could make it look a little less monotonous. I think the colors match and all of that. And I know that the staff has put a lot of work into creating this new code district for the blended use of commercial with the residential on top. And so I would encourage the applicant to try to heed their advice on not having the first one when we get this through not quite match what that vision is, because I know they've put in a lot of work. So, all right. Thank you, Keith.
Chairman Munt, if I could really quick, I know I've referenced commercial or retail space. Keep in mind also, and this is for the applicant as well, that office is a predominant use that is required, that is permitted within the Gateway Business Center zoning district. and that is the use that was predominantly considered or as part of the main visionary use for the Gateway Business Center district. So we'd be okay. We would like to encourage office type uses as well on the ground floor, not just commercial or retail space, but office space as well.
Very good. No, I would agree.
Medical offices, things like that as well.
Nice. All right. Got everything you need, Keith?
Yeah, I think so. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir. All right. Moving on to item number 3, which is GP 2214 district at Cooley Station, Z 22-14 district at Cooley Station, and UP 22-54 district at Cooley Station. And I believe, do we have you again, Keith? Yes. Take your time. And everyone, it's Keith's birthday, so you should take note that he's here working tirelessly, going back to back on his birthday. So thank you, Keith. Go ahead.
Thank you, Noah. I appreciate that. And I'm only 25, by the way. 25th birthday today. So my next project is District of Cooley Station, and there's 3 cases associated with this project as of right now. So the site is located at the northwest corner of Williams Field and Recker, and obviously located as part of the Cooley Station master plan or planned area development, if you will. The site is currently zoned general commercial. Oh, maybe I should go to that slide, right? So the site is currently zoned general commercial. So there's 2 major requests in addition to the conditional use permit to have ground floor residential. The applicant is proposing a minor general plan amendment to go on 13.26 acres from general commercial to village center. The site used to be zoned village center, and due to market conditions, they zoned it to general commercial. Now they feel that the time is right to zone it back to village center to comply with the kind of the original vision for that corner within the Cooley Station original master plan. And so they're changing the general plan from general commercial to village center, and then the zoning from general commercial to Gateway Village Center. So here's the general plan exhibit, pretty simple diagram, and then the zoning exhibit, the whole thing going to village center. So as far as the development plan is concerned, the site is 10.58 net acres, whereas the gross is a little over 13. So the site consists of predominantly multifamily residential, but 2.6 acres of commercial at the hard corner of Williams Field and Recker, which that consists of 15,000 square feet of commercial at that corner. And as of right now, it's still to be determined whether they're 1-story or 2-story buildings, where town staff is currently in the process of reviewing that aspect of the project. But as far as the residential units are concerned, you can see that those buildings, there's 3 4-story buildings in what they call a wraparound or wrap type multifamily product, 612 units total at 30 dwelling units per acre. The Cooley Station, the village center designation of the general plan allows up to 50 dwelling units per acre. So they're coming in kind of in the mid-range from that, in that density range at 30 dwelling units per acre. And the site access is, there's 2 main site accesses, one off of Recker Road and one off of Williamsfield Road, and then an access into the parking garages, which the parking garages are wrapped kind of in the center of the buildings. The one along Haskell is 5.5 stories tall with a little bit of underground, about 1.5 stories underground, and that entrance is off of Haskell. And then there's a parking garage in the building further to the along Verde Drive. And that one is, I believe, a 5-story garage with a story of it underground. So there will be accesses to the garages off both of Verde and Haskell Street. And you can see the open space is in the middle of the buildings. Of each building has a pool and open space amenities that are proposed with this development plan. And then there's a trail system in between the buildings that would provide pedestrian accessibility out to Verde Drive and through the middle of the project out to Williamsfield and out to Recker as well. And then you can see the parking. There's parking for the retail buildings at the corner to the north of the retail buildings, and they're fairly well screened from the street frontages. So as far as the deviations that are concerned for this project, there's only 2 deviations that are proposed by the applicant. So in the Land Development Code and in the GBC, I meant to say Gateway Business Center on that slide, by the way. I apologize. So as far as, or I meant Village Center, it's right. It is right. I'm getting confused with my other project. Too many things going on right now in that area. So as far as the deviations are concerned, the code requires when facing a public street that the facades or the facades of the buildings facing a public street contain 75% of ground floor or frontage consists of windows, display doors, outdoor patios, or a combination thereof. And the windows have to be from 0 to 8 feet in height. And so that would be 75% of the building on those 2 frontages along Williamsfield and Recker would have to have 75 feet or 75%, excuse me, of transparency with windows and entrances and so forth. So the applicant is proposing to go down to 50%. And then also when facing a public street, a minimum of 50% of the ground floor residential buildings frontage shall consist of windows. So that's facing any public street, where the other one is facing like an arterial street. So on like Haskell and Verde Drive, they want to go down to, I believe it says 38% along Haskell Street. So they're requesting some deviations in the percentage of ground floor residential buildings that must consist of windows and have non-reflective glass, doors, porches, or stoops. So they're requesting to reduce those requirements. So that's it for the deviations. Just wanted to bring those to your attention. And staff is still analyzing those deviations, so I don't have really too much more to expound upon as far as that is concerned. Just would like your input on those. As far as public participation is concerned, there was a neighborhood meeting held on April 12th, and we only had one surrounding property owner that attended and asked some general questions about the uses and construction timing and things of that nature. So tonight, the requested input that I would like to get from you is about the proposed general plan amendment and the rezone, and the proposed ground floor residential, which is a conditional use permit, and then also some feedback on the proposed deviations that are requested by the applicant. So that is it. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to try and answer them.
Very well, Keith. Thank you very much. Does anybody want to kick it off for questions or comments for Keith on this one? Commissioner Blazer.
Good job, Keith. Along the roads where they're looking for the reduction in glass and doors, it looks. Will there be access into the residential units from those streets? It looks like there might be. Looks like there's sidewalks approaching it.
Chairman, Commissioner Blazer, I believe there is. So it's kind of hard to see on this development plan, and we don't have elevations yet to look at. So if you can see on those residential buildings that are along Williamsfield and along Recker, I failed to mention this, but I mentioned the amount of commercial space, but on the ground floor of those 2 residential buildings along Williamsfield and Recker, there's some clubhouse space. And it's kind of a mixed use space. There could be some conference rooms, some offices, and they even might have, the gym might be open to the public. And then also there could be some type of grocery store. I think it's called Herbo. I had to look it up online. I didn't know what it was. But so there's a potential for that type of use to go in the ground floor. But I'm imagining obviously there will be some entrances out to the public sidewalk along the frontages of Williamsfield and Recker on those ground floor spaces of those residential buildings.
Okay. I guess you mentioned that staff is still kind of analyzing that reduction in glass. It seems like with so much of the frontage being clubhouse that they ought to be able to meet that requirement. But I think in the residential units, I think you've got to go with, assuming you approach from the street, that you kind of have to let the function drive the design a little bit there. So I'd be more inclined to give a little bit there. But I like the project. So often we hear from the public to maintain the tradition, and we're going back to the original intent of the property, which I think is kind of cool. And it almost feels, and it's probably more a business case than a zoning case, but it almost feels like you could use more commercial with the density going in here. But that's just kind of a gut feel.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Blazer. Commissioner Johnson.
One other question. How many total residential units go into that, and what's the distribution of bedroom types?
Chairman, Commissioner Johnson, there's 612 residential units that are proposed. And excuse me, I didn't, the last half of that question, if you could repeat that.
Bedroom types, 1, 2.
As far as there's 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units, I believe. I don't remember the quantity of each type, but there's 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units.
Okay. One additional, Mr. Chairman. It seems like in a lot of these projects, one of the things that's come up in the past is the impact on schools, elementary and mid schools. What is there? I know that Gilbert School sends input to the staff on that. Is there any impact on the schools that would relate to capacity?
Chairman, Commissioner Johnson, we did reach out to the school district, and we haven't heard anything from them. They've provided no feedback.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. All right. Oh, Commissioner Davis.
Keith, I just have a quick question on the commercial, on the amount of glass. Does that apply to that retail portion by others also, that they're requesting that deviation?
Chairman, Commissioner Davis, that is correct. It does. It applies to the commercial corner as well.
Okay. Okay, yeah. I mean, I understand. I think we definitely want those sides of the building to look good and look, we're not on a design review case yet, but you don't want to end up with too much spandrel glass or anything across there. You want it to look welcoming, but we don't want it to turn its back on the street, but I can see reducing it some. Okay. So I guess that's where I'm at on that. So.
Thank you. Commissioner Bianchi.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, Keith, no questions. It's a pretty substantial proposal. I guess as this case progresses and moves forward, I guess I'd want to kind of see a case made for why more multifamily is a benefit to the town over the loss of the general commercial. Potentially that could serve the area that's pretty much already dominated by a lot of the higher density development around it. So I'm just curious because it would be a loss of general commercial at a key area. So that's my feedback. Thanks.
Okay.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman. I agree with the Commissioner on that amount of units going in as opposed to commercial. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Commissioner Bianchi. Okay. Well, then for me, Keith, I think, one question I had is you said that the windows, they have to be 0 to 8 feet, but if you have a 0-foot window, isn't that no window? Just an idea. So it seems like maybe we need to look at the code to make sure they could just say, yeah, we have 0-foot windows the whole way. But I'd like to, and I agree, I'd like to understand the business case of the density and the loss of commercial. I think, I agree that going back to the original design is nice. And I'd also like to understand why they need the less glass. If there is a good reason, so be it. But I'd really like to have some clarification because it seems like with the ability to put structurally intensive glass anywhere that there shouldn't be any issues. So And yeah, so that's about it. You all good, Keith?
I think that's good. Thank you.
All right. Happy
Appreciate it.
birthday. Okay. Well, with that, I believe that concludes the study session portion of our agenda. So we can then up here move into the discussion on the regular meeting agenda. Now, I believe we have some comment cards.
Just for 21
Are there-
and 22, but I'm sure there's more.
I think there's one more, so we'll wait and see.
Excuse me, does anybody else have a speaker request card? Okay.
You can bring them down. Yeah. Anyone who has a card, please bring it down so that we can. Okay, that one was, yeah. Yeah, that one was going to stay anyway. Okay. If there's anyone else out in the lobby area who is wishing to speak and can hear me now, feel free to come in and fill out a comment card, so that we can know which. But barring any more comments, I believe on the consent agenda currently, 8, 9, and 10, and I believe all of those can stay. I know that number 8 has a stipulation, and so as long as the developer agrees with the stipulation that the staff put onto that, if not, we could take it off consent and do it, but otherwise, if it goes on to consent, it will be approved with that stipulation in it. And whomever, the developer would know what that is. Moving on to the regular agenda, the other items I think that could come onto the consent with no other people here to speak. Number 11, number 13, 14, 15, 16, 18, and 19,
20.
and 20.
Okay.
And 20 also has a condition. But we can move it with that condition. Okay, and so, if anyone else has any ideas why any of them should not go on to consent, we can discuss that, but,
I don't have objections to that.
okay.
Lisa, do you?
Okay, with that, I will adjourn the study session. We'll take a nice 5 or 6 minute break and get started with the meeting that you all are so excited to have happen here at 6. So We'll see you in 5 minutes.
You didn't know you were going to have to follow me around the whole place.
Do you know who Ashley McDonald is?
That's me.
Oh, that's you.
Yes.
Hi. I sent you an email the other day. I'm Brandon Ray.
Oh, yes. You asked some questions about Keystone
Yes.
or that general
Well,
area.
there's a whole bunch of projects that are happening around my property. So
Yes,
I was
will.
in contact with Josh before.
Yes, he's gone. So I'm pulling together a collection of things. Josh did a lot of work in that area, so it's been kind of distributed amongst a lot of us, and we're dealing with a lot at the moment. So I will definitely get back to you with some more information.
Yeah, great. Yeah, he was really good about keeping me informed of things going
Yeah.
on, so he knew that I was interested. Like, because I have an easement that goes down between all these projects that are going on right now.
Okay, are you like on the Hopewell side, south side of Warner?
I am on the south side of Warner, yeah.
And then, okay.
And 180th Street is my
Okay.
road. 180th Street's my road that goes to my house. And that's the one that all the construction crews are using right now. And I keep trying to stop them, and it's like, let me go to the road at this point.
Yeah. Well, that's unfortunate.
Yeah. But yeah, these guys have been really good about just like listening to us and keeping us
Yeah.
informed.
Well, good. I'm glad to hear that because it doesn't happen always that way.
Yeah. Does it matter
If anyone is holding a comment card that's going to wish to speak this evening, please bring it down. Thank you. Just as a housekeeping note, the room next door has been opened up as an overflow for anyone who wishes to be able to sit down, and then you can come back when your item is being heard. Feel free. And for all those that are here for item number 12, copies of that report are currently being made now and will be made available shortly. Thank you. Okay, well, I'm going to call this meeting to order, and just for any of you that may still be waiting to fill out a comment card, you can bring it over to this side of the room, and the staff will help get it to us. With the meeting called to order, I'd like us all to stand up for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, can we get a roll call?
Commissioner Johnson? Here. Commissioner Gage? Commissioner Davis?
Present.
Commissioner Anderson?
Yeah.
Commissioner Fay? Commissioner Blazer?
Here.
Commissioner Bianchi?
Here.
Chair Munt?
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. All right, next item up is going to be the approval of the agenda. I know we had some discussion, so I'll entertain a motion.
All right, Chairman, if you're ready. I would move to approve the agenda with the following changes. Removing item number 8, DR 22-61 from consent, moving it to non-consent. And items 9, 10, 11, 13, 16, 18, 19, and 20 to be moved to the consent calendar.
Do I have a second? All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Bianchi and a second by Commissioner Johnson. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Okay, next up is communications. So this first part is the communications from citizens. At this time, members of the public may comment on matters within the jurisdiction of the town, but not on the agenda. The commission response is limited to responding to criticism, asking staff to review a matter commented upon, or asking that a matter be put on a future agenda. Now, I didn't have any comment cards from anyone with anything that is not currently on the agenda. Is there anyone who wishes to speak about an item not on the agenda? Okay. I'm not seeing anyone. So we'll move on then to the report from the council liaison on current events. Councilmember September.
Good evening, Chairman, Commissioners. The holiday season is upon us, and Gilbert is pleased once again to host one of the Light the World giving machines. There will be a ribbon cutting on November 18th, Friday at 9 a.m., and the machine will be there underneath the Gilbert Water Tower Plaza throughout the holidays. The Light the World giving machines, They support 5 local charities and then 1 international charity. And just to give you an idea of how these machines work, they are in 10 cities in the United States last year, and they were able to raise $5.8 million. 100% of the donations actually go to the charities. I don't know how they do that. Charities always have an overhead, but they manage to do that for their recipients, and we're very excited to have that here again in Gilbert. Just want to encourage everybody to get down there during the holiday season. If you have a chance, swing by and make a contribution to Light the World. Also want to just remind everybody that it is No Shave November to bring awareness to men's health issues. Men are not prone to going to the doctor, but there are men's health issues that we should all be aware of. I lost my little brother, David, September to testicular cancer. And it's something that's easily recognizable if you know what to look for. And just to bring awareness, I'm participating this year. I had to get an early start because I don't grow a beard well. I see, Chairman, you also got an early start as well, but I want to encourage everybody to participate if they can. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman September. All right. Now we'll move into the public hearing. Consent agenda. So all items listed below are considered to the public hearing consent calendar. The commission may, by a single motion, approve any number of items where after the opening of the public hearing, no person requests the item be removed from the consent calendar. If such a request is made, the commission or board shall then withdraw the item from the public hearing consent calendar for the purpose of public discussion and separate action. Other items on the agenda may be added to the consent calendar and approved under a single motion. So you all may have noticed that was what we were discussing earlier in moving some off and moving some on. And so with that and the amended consent agenda, I will entertain a motion for the consent agenda.
Okay, Chairman, if you're ready. I would move to approve the consent calendar consisting of items 9 DR 22-65, item 10 UP 55-57, item 11 DR 22-40, item 13 S 22-02, item 16 DR 22-64, items 18 and 19 GP 22 or 22-12 and Z 22-11, granting the continuance, and item 20 UP 22-48.
All right, do we have a second for that?
I'll second.
Oh, Commissioner Blazer got it first. So we have the motion by Commissioner Bianchi and a second by Commissioner Blazer. Is there any discussion? I'll just make one note that on item number 20, there was an addenda added, and it was simply a clerical one. So we're approving it with the consent, and it said attachments 5 and 6, and it should have said attachment 4, but just to make everyone aware. All right, with that, we'll open it up to a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. All right, that concludes the consent portion. Now we'll move into the public hearing non-consent, which is what brings all of you good people out here. Non-consent public hearing items will be heard at an individual public hearing and will be acted upon by the Commissioner Board by a separate motion. During the public hearings, anyone wishing to comment in support or in opposition to a public hearing item may do so. If you wish to comment on a public hearing item, you must fill out a public comment form indicating the item number on which you wish to be heard. Once the hearing is closed, there will be no further public comment unless requested by a member of the Commissioner Board. So many of you have filled out your comment cards, but I'd also encourage anyone who has not yet turned it in to please do so, and so that you can get your opportunity to speak. Okay, with that, we'll open up with item number 8, DR 22-61, the Gilmore. And as luck would have it, I think we have Keith for this.
Chairman, members of the commission, good evening. I'm getting put through the ringer tonight, huh? So the Gilmore project that I'm presenting to you tonight, DR 2261, is located at the north west corner of Val Vista and Germain Roads. As you will recall, this project was recently approved by the town council for a general plan amendment and a rezone there's a 34 or so acre piece that was rezoned from regional commercial to regional commercial with a PAD, and then there's about a 7 acre or so piece in the back northwest corner that was rezoned to multifamily high. So I just wanted to help you kind of refresh your mind on some recent activity that has taken place on the site. But the subject application tonight before you is for a design review case for the Gilmore. So it's to develop the design review case is to develop a 40-acre commercial and multifamily development, as I will show you. See the beautiful the pretty picture in the screen there. So as far as the site is concerned, some of the details of it, 40.7 total acres as stated. The site has accessed off of quite a few access points. There's access on all 4 roads located around the project, off of Melrose to the north, Courts to the west. There's access points. And the main accesses to the commercial portion are along Val Vista Drive. There's 3 access points off of Val Vista Drive. And then there are 2 access points off of Germain Road. The site itself contains 213,656 square feet of commercial space. Some of that consists of a loft unit, which that large building in the center, I know it's kind of hard to see it on this site plan in front of you, but that central most entrance that comes in off of Val Vista Drive comes into a little village center area with commercial buildings and parking, but commercial buildings on either side of the parking and a large, like 5-story residential building with ground floor commercial space, and then retail shops around it, and kind of a really cool little neat village center. And then you have the multifamily building in the northwest corner, and then a lot of shops and pad buildings along Val Vista Drive, along Germain Road, and then a grocery store, which is a main anchor, and that grocery store is one of the anchors. It's a 65,000 square foot grocery store. And then we have about 36,000 square feet of retail below the residential, which is that big building I just talked about at the village, in the center of the little core of the development. And then about 1,000 square feet of shop space. And then there's a building in the far west corner of the site, southwest corner of the site, that's a future mixed-use building. It's about 41,000 square feet of mixed-use development space to be determined in the future. And then, of course, the multifamily, which I've already mentioned, is about 300 residential units of multifamily in that northwest corner. So a lot of uses and a lot going on here on this master planned mixed-use development site. So really quick, I wanted to touch, while I'm on the site plan, this is the site plan that the applicant is proposing. Please note that during one of the most recent review that town staff has reviewed, we noticed that, and I wanted to call your attention to the fact that we noticed that the design of, so there's a building in the corner, I wish I could zoom into it, but there's 2 buildings at the corner, one at Germain Drive, right at the corner, hard corner of Germain and Val Vista, and that is shops A and B, and then there's a building to the west of it as you go along Val Vista in between the grocery store and that building called shop P1. So just wanted to bring to your attention that at our last review, staff noticed that that P1 building along Germain Road has changed from a 6,500 square foot retail building to a 2,800 square foot building with a drive-through. In addition, the Shops A building that is right at the intersection of Germain and Val Vista was revised from a building that consisted, or a space that consisted of 2 4,000 square foot retail buildings with a 2,000 square foot patio space in the middle, kind of creating a really neat breezeway, kind of a unique design. And they've changed that to a 10,000 square foot retail building, but one building. Per the LDC, the use and development of the property in a PAD shall substantially conform to the development plan approved by town council as an exhibit to the PAD zoning ordinance. As a result of the changes at that corner by the applicant, we have determined that the proposed changes to both buildings / pads and the design of them are no longer in substantial conformance with the development plan approved by town council and must be revised to comply. Please note that through the entire rezoning and design review process, that these changes were not discussed with staff, and it was always understood by the applicant throughout the whole process that, and communicated with them, and we talked to them in many meetings, that that drive-throughs would only be permitted along Val Vista Drive, and that the Germain road frontage all the way to the corner, which is a prominent corner in the town, would include uses that further enhance the visual appeal and sense of arrival as people enter into the Val Vista Medical Growth Area. The addition of the drive-through restaurant along Germain Road and the change to that shops building, town staff feels does not accomplish this vision at that corner. So I just wanted to make sure that you're aware of that they changed that design, and we have a condition of approval in the staff report that would require the applicant to comply with the development plan that was approved by town council. And the condition also states that that in order to change that design, they would have to amend their PAD and come back before you with a new design, and then also receive final approval by the town council if they wanted to change that design. So I just wanted to note that there is a condition of approval to move forward with tonight's approval with that condition. Just wanted to mention that really quick. So as far as the landscape plan, we'll move off of that subject. And the landscaping of the site includes 32% landscaping. And you'll notice landscaping along the whole perimeter. In the parking areas, there's a nice little a village center area that has a really nice, if you will, amenity area in the center with a lot of trees and outdoor seating and Ramada shade space. And then there's another little kind of a park. It's not really a park, but it's kind of an open space amenity area kind of towards the north. But we have 32% landscaping on the site, which is an overall percentage for the whole entire development, which typically the developments like this, we see about 15% or so of landscaping. So they far exceeded landscaping standards and requirements on the development as a whole. Just wanted to show you some of the site renderings that have been presented to town staff. This is the grocery store rendering. I'm just going to flip through these. You'll see some of the commercial shops, some of the shops and pad site buildings. You can see a lot of flat roof design, stucco, different types of stone work, metal materials, and some of them even have some wood type lattice materials, and just a lot of different variety of materials, a lot of glass, really good movement in the wall planes. Staff is very pleased with the design of all of the buildings. So here's some more retail space, retail buildings. This is a building in the middle by that little village center, kind of with a nice patio area and a kind of an open green space next to the multifamily loft above building. Another commercial building, just flipping through these. I think I already showed that one. And here's the multifamily building that has loft, that's a loft unit with commercial on the ground floor. So you can see it's 5 stories, about 66 feet tall to the roof line. A lot of movement, a lot of materials, earth tone colors. So we're pretty happy with how the design turned out for a lot of these buildings, especially these multifamily buildings, as they're pretty large structures. And we're appreciative of the applicant provided us so many renderings. That's not typical, so we really appreciate that. Here's the space kind of in between the in the retail and the commercial spaces. So here's another view of that. And this is one of the other multifamily building kind of at the northwest corner. And then this is the view along Melrose Street, and those short buildings are actually parking. Those are actually garages, so that's a pretty good design, we think, for garages that face a collector street. And here's the colors and materials, as I stated earlier. There's some whites, some tans, and some grays and browns, so a lot of earth tone colors. And here's the material board with the brick and the wood, and different types of CMU and fiber cement type paneling. So as far as public notification and input is concerned, staff has received no comment from the public or surrounding property owners. And so as staff's recommendation, we would recommend that you approve this case subject to the conditions, and especially highlighting condition, I believe it's letter C. So that's it. If you have any questions for me, I'd be happy to answer them. And the applicant is also here, and I believe that they have a presentation that they would like to make as well.
Thank you, Keith. Any questions for Keith? Okay, that's good. And then I guess we can bring up the applicant to have their presentation. Oh, security alert. Adam's back.
My name's not Adam. My name's Brennan Ray. If Keith would just grow a beard for No Shave November, he wouldn't be put through the ringer so much. My name's Adam Baugh, 2525 You're trying. You can do it. 2525 East Arizona Biltmore Circle. A couple of things I've learned in my career. If you think you have the case approved, don't talk. If you're on consent, don't pull it. I would never do that, but there's two things that are super important. And one, I need to correct, I think, a little bit of confusion. Let me walk you through this a little bit, and I'll get to that point. You've seen the Gilmore many times, but we have 3 commissioners today who've never seen this before, and it's valuable that you appreciate how we got to this point. A 40-acre development, zone regional commercial, with a little part that's zone multifamily. It is a challenge to build lofts over commercial. That's why you rarely see it. It takes great quality design and creativity to come up with something like this. And in this case, we have 3 different outdoor courtyards within the commercial area, something that you rarely, if ever, see. And the pedestrian connections that support this drive the retail to the residential and back and forth. That's why this is an important project. We have these 3 quad areas, and those 3 quad areas are intended to activate the area with restaurants and activity nearby them. So you don't just come and you pick up an object and you leave, but you come and you stay longer because you want to recreate in those spaces. A key thing here is if you don't have a major anchor tenant, you can't create a commercial development. That's just the truth of the nature. And brick and mortar struggle to survive, but if you can bring in a good credit tenant, you can generally fill in the rest of those pieces after that. And so what we've done is have a development that's anchored by a grocery store. At one point, we thought we were going to be the first Amazon Fresh grocery store on the West Coast. And we designed a plan for that. And that no longer came to fruition. So we had to pivot and bring in a separate grocer. So Safeway has come to the site. And the requirements for Safeway are simply just a little bit different than the prior grocer. And in particular, Safeway has a different view corridor and sightline visibility than other folks. And so as you can see, our grocery store shifted a little bit further closer to Germain Road. But as a result, what was previously pad P1, which is in front of the grocer, because of the leasing requirement for Safeway, we had to reduce the size of that building. Previously, it was a 6,500 square foot building. Let me go back right here, that pad right there. Previously, it was 6,500. We had to reduce it. That was what we needed to do in order to land the major anchor grocer or major anchor tenant for the center. And so Chop Shop wants to come to this location. And Chop Shop, if you've been there, is fabulous food. And I love the red chili shrimp bowl. Please enjoy it. But at the end of the day, they require a drive-through. And that's what's the substantial change, or the insubstantial change. It's actually a reduction in square feet in the exact same location as before. But the margins on these deals are paper thin. Building loft residential above commercial is really hard to do. We had to make up that difference somewhere. And so what we did is we looked at buildings A and B at the corner and essentially enclosed the breezeway. So our enclosure is in the exact same location as before. I can't think of a change that's more in substantial compliance with the plan than something like this. Overall, our overall square footage is actually less than 1% less than what we were before. A plan that is designed with best hopes and intentions with 0 users in tow inevitably will need to adjust. Inevitably, buildings will need to shrink or swell, setbacks change a little bit here and there. That's normal when you put together a plan before you have a single user. But as you get into the DR, you start to fine tune it. And you can't help it when your major anchor tenant leaves and you have to attract a new major anchor tenant. You have to make some subtle changes here and there. And so, unfortunately, I disagree with Keith's statement that somehow the zoning case and the PAD locked us into very, very rigid plans that don't let me change even less than 1% of my overall square footage. In fact, your zoning ordinance in the PAD talks about a development plan that conveys the project intent. And that's still achieved with this plan. It's the same project, it's the same intent. It's just being flexible to the shifting demographics, and more importantly, just trying to attract a tenant to come to your commercial shopping center. At the end of the day, our building's in the same location as before, same central footprints as before. It's just a little bit smaller, but the same walkability, the same access, the same design motifs, architecture design that you've seen from the beginning to the end is accurate. And I think if there's a question regarding the legalities of this provision, I'd rather encourage you to talk to the town attorney who might have a better idea of clarity on that point. But at the end of the day, we have a proposal that is very consistent with what was planned before. Same architecture, same design, the types of things that you voted on and were supported. And that's why it's been tremendously lauded as a gem for what we've been able to accomplish. So rarely would I ever pull something off of consent, but it's important enough for us and this major anchor tenant to achieve the type of minor flexibility of what we're asking for.
All right, thank you, Mr. Baugh. Any questions? Commissioner Johnson.
Mr. Chairman and sir, this is right next to Perry High School, right?
No, Campo Verde High School.
Yeah, I mean Campo Verde, I'm sorry. So this is not judgment. What's the impact you see of being right with the commercial uses or retail uses of having a high school next door? And by the way, I want kids to have a place to hang out. Yeah. I have a grandson at Castile and a grandson at Basha.
Well, I think that's a question that probably would have come up in the zoning case, but the school district has not objected to this at all. It's frankly very beneficial for you to leave school, grab your lunch, and come back in the short time you have for a break.
Thank you.
All right, anyone else? Commissioner Blazer.
Is the lease with Safeway signed?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. I just wanted to comment that it appears as though the tax base is going to go up a lot because your renderings had Lamborghinis and Rolls Royce in them. So I wanted to say touche. Okay. Well, without any other questions, I don't know if Keith wanted to come back up and have any further discussion on that. No. Okay. Well, with that being said, and we don't have any public comment, right? No. Okay. Well, then I'll close the public portion and I'll bring it up to the dais for discussion. Who'd like to talk? Commissioner Anderson.
Actually, is the town attorney here? I do have a question. I kind of want to follow up with Adam's request. It's always been my understanding with PADs that whatever the PAD design is in terms of site plan, that's what they're locking in at. Do we have any authority on a DR case to overturn a approved PAD plan that went through zoning and town council approval? So it sounds like what Adam's main concerns are is the pad P1 and the shops AB, that they made some slight modifications to that. If we were to approve those changes, do we even have that authority?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Anderson, so I've taken a look at this, at the question generally. I hadn't had an opportunity to see the specifics of this question. But the LDC does allow for design review approval of the PAD so long as any changes substantially conform to the PAD. the original PAD. So I did have a chance to discuss this with Adam, and I had not kind of again analyzed whether or not this would be a substantial conformance. But I think that personally, I think that the provision could benefit from a tweak, perhaps subject to, the beginning of the sentence, subject to provisions 4.1.4, comma, any changes, because there's still a question, at least for me, because I haven't had a chance to really delve into this issue of whether or not this is a substantial conformance. But I think that that tweak of that with that language would satisfy both parties, if I'm understanding correctly.
Chairman Mund, if I may, Ava Kutro, Planning Manager. According to the LDC, the planning manager is the person responsible for determining if something is in substantial conformance. Keith received this change very late in the game. He brought it to me. I determined that no, it was not in substantial conformance. It was a drive-through throughout the process with the public, with commission and council. We made it clear the only drive-throughs were going to be on the ones interior to the site. It was specifically discussed drive-throughs, so I did not feel this wasn't substantial compliance, and that is why that stipulation is in there. I do not believe that you can approve this without it going back through the process that it was originally approved as.
Okay, so if I'm understanding correct, staff has, it seems like the main issue is pad P1 with the drive-through. Would you consider shops A, B in substantial conformance with the approved PAD?
Chairman, Commissioner Anderson, at the time of the submittal, I had asked Keith if shops A and B were discussed when it went through. They were. That was supposed to be an important corner feature with that pathway through. There was dining outside in between there. So no, I did not feel that was in substantial conformance either. That's highly visible from the street. Both of those buildings are.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other discussion? Commissioner Blazer?
Oh, sorry.
No, I was just going to ask for clarification. So Eva, would we have to go through that? So we could approve the DR case, but would they have to come back to amend the PAD at a future hearing?
Chairman, Commissioner Bianchi, yes, there are quite a few options here, and Keith and I looked at them. We can continue it, get back with the applicant, work on a plan that we're all in agreement with. We could certainly recommend denial because we do not believe that this matches the PAD that was approved, or, as Keith proposed, approve it with the stipulations as proposed.
Yeah, Mr. Ball, go ahead. Because we've been doing discussion, I'll allow it.
I don't know how to say this in either way, but this is absurd. The fact that we put together development plans years in the future because you don't know what the market's going to dictate. If I can't enclose a breezeway in the same place where two buildings are already located, the same parking, the same configuration, the same setbacks, the same circulation, how are we ever going to develop the town of Gilbert? We're doing PADs everywhere. We're guessing who the market will be. We're hoping we can get a tenant. We're working on razor thin margins. Today, the interest rates went up 0.75 points. How are we ever going to create a welcome for business town and environment if I can't even change 2,000 square feet of a 600,000 square foot development? Less than 0.5%. Does anybody not see the logic of this? If I got to go through a 6-month rezone case to enclose 2,000 square feet, how are we ever going to build anything in this town? Never once did the town say you cannot have a drive-through on Gilbert on Germain Road. Sorry, that was never said. I have to be responsive to the demands of a tenant. If I can't get a major tenant, I can't build any of this stuff. Like, think about the logic and the policy behind such rigidity in an interpretation of a code. It just defies logic.
Thank you. Okay. Is there any other questions that anyone has for either staff or the applicant? Commissioner Gage.
So there's nothing we can do here tonight that can approve these changes. Is that right?
Could you just strike? Could you strike conditions C
Well,
from the motion?
I guess for me, I have no problem with these changes. They seem reasonable to me. We just need to make sure that we can do this in a legal manner. Unfortunately, Gilbert is one of those towns that does have an awkward zoning restrictions or requirements when it comes to PADs. As an architect, I've done a good amount of PADs around Arizona, and the PAD is always looked at as here's a general idea of what we're doing here. Understanding that market conditions are going to dictate this design changes, and it gives that flexibility. That's the purpose of a PAD. And because Gilbert kind of locks in, or it's been my understanding that they lock in a site plan to a PAD is something unusual that you don't see in other cities. I mean, I don't want to see this case get denied or get continued tonight. I just because of two pads on here, we're talking, a pretty huge development that wants to go forward. So if there's a way that we can keep the ball rolling, because I would think, let's just say, for argument's sake, it got approved with that stipulation, and the applicant does go through, kind of the whole amendment process. I do believe that we get approved through that amendment process. Again, I don't see that these changes that are being requested as being very substantial. I personally, as an architect looking at the site plan and the building's designs, do feel that they are in conformance of what has been approved and in relation to its surrounding development. It's just coming down to staff not wanting the drive-through along Germain. Whether or not that was discussed or not discussed during the zoning case, it sounds like there's two opposing views to that, and it's going to be he said, she said type of deal. So that's kind of my 2 cents on this one. And I'd like to, if the town attorney does have a definitive answer as to what we can legally do, that would be very helpful.
I have one question while she's working on that. Is the breezeway that's being enclosed what's shown on the screen here? No. So that it's not that there's just above, it's actually just closed. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission. Oh, I'm sorry. Keith?
No, I was going to try and show the breezeway if I could, but I don't know if it's my presentation.
Right there. That's the 2D
That's it.
elevation that shows the change. The upper is the PAD approved plan. The other arrow is what we're changing.
You'd have to come down to the mic, Adam, please. Yeah, just.
One moment, please. Yeah, please come down and then. Thank you.
This is the PAD approved plan at the top. The second arrow below shows the enclosure. The architecture, the design, the materials are all the same. It's literally this middle portion right there.
Okay, very good.
There's no defined term substantial conformance in your zoning code anywhere. It's completely arbitrary. I'm putting square foot in the same space where square foot was before.
All right, thank you.
Sorry about that. Mr. Chair, members of the commission, thank you for your patience. I appreciate that. And looking at the LDC section, 6.6.2 relating to procedures and responsibility as the design review board. It looks like there is a provision that authorizes the design review board to approve or deny or modify the conditions, along with the planning manager. So it looks like there is some authority to modify the conditions.
Okay, thank you. All right, now I will officially close, and we'll bring it up here. Does anybody have any other discussion they'd like to make, or I'll entertain a motion?
Chairman, I'll try a motion if you're ready.
Yes, sir.
I would move to approve DR 22-6, the Gilmore, subject to conditions A, B, and D in the staff report.
All right, we have a motion on the table. Is there a second? Okay, motion by Commissioner Bianchi and seconded by Commissioner Gage, approving it with A, B, and D, which I think means we're omitting C.
Correct,
So,
striking it.
okay, any discussion? All right, we'll go to the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Okay. Now there's the one that we took off consent. All right, moving on now to item number 12, DR 22-74, Woodspring Suites Hotel. And, okay, go ahead.
All right. Good evening, Commission. The project I have, or I'm Kristen Devine, sorry. The project I have for you tonight is DR 2274, Woodspring Suites Hotel. The site is located on the southwest corner of Power and Germain Roads, outlined here on the map in yellow. There are already 2 developed pads on the site, Chase Bank on the hard corner and an AutoZone on the southernmost pad off of Power Road. The site is surrounded by multifamily medium with SF6 slots located behind the multifamily. The parcels to the north of the site are zoned general commercial, and the properties to the east are single-family homes located in the town of Queen Creek. As mentioned earlier, the site already has 2 developed pads, seen here in yellow. Woodspring Suites Hotel is proposing to develop the internalmost portion of the site, seen here in white, with 2 future pad users with locations shown here in green. A hotel user is permitted by right in the general commercial zoning district. The landscape plan proposes an assortment of trees, shrubs, and ground cover, including southern live oak, fruitless olive, red and yellow yucca, pink oleander, and lantana in gold and white. The rear property line is lined with trees, which provides a buffer between the hotel and the multifamily to the rear. The proposed building will be 4 stories and 45 feet tall. The maximum height permitted by right in the general commercial zoning district is 45 feet. The roof line is mostly flat with shed roofs on the end caps. The massing includes elements such as color and height variation and stepped back walls to provide dimension to the building. The colors being used in the project are desert tones, stucco with stone along the bottom level and up the end caps of the building. Seen here are some 3D renderings of the site. And this is just a color and materials board. And here are the floor plans. So again, the hotel will be 4 stories. It's about 48,660 square feet. The top picture here is the first floor of the hotel. That includes a reception area, fitness room, and laundry rooms. The bottom picture is levels 2 through 4, which is guest rooms. Right, and a little change to this slide here. As of 4:30 today, staff has received 0 phone calls and emails regarding the project. However, we have received at that point 88 comment cards opposing the project and 1 comment card in support of the project. So with that, we recommend approval of DR 2274, and that concludes my presentation. If you have any questions, I am available.
Thank you very much, Kristen. Does anyone have any questions? Commissioner Johnson.
Mr. Chairman, if I put on my site locator hat, the other 4 properties for this type of suite are located around the valley, mostly next to freeways, fairly close to freeways. And if I understand, this is a long-term stay with kitchens. Is that included in this?
I actually don't know the answer to that off the top of my head, but the applicant is here and would be able to.
Let me continue. The question is, why in this space? It seems to me that you're putting in a hotel or a residential, not residential area, that's blocked off from the road, especially if the 2 other paths are developed. So the question is, you basically lose visibility, and I'm not sure about this location in terms of other types of uses for hotels as you move further up north on Power Road. So I'm a little mystified as to why you drop this into this area where you're covered basically from visibility from the street, and you're not in a location that really is that accessible or amenable to the kind of uses or hotel users that we should be further north on Power Road. So those are my comments. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And I'll remind everyone to please not have any, or Percy, you'll have your moment to speak. Thank you.
And Chairman, just a note, the applicant does have a presentation as well. I don't know if you'd like to have him give his first or continue.
Yeah, are there any other questions? Okay, we can move on and let the applicant do his presentation. Oh, okay, Commissioner Bianchi.
Thank you, Chair. Kristen, quick question. So if this is a DR case, the use is already allowed under the current zoning. They don't need a use permit or anything like that. It's just kind of a by right. Is that correct?
Yes, Chairman, Commissioner Bianchi, that's correct. It is permitted by right in general commercial.
So I guess my question is, in staff's review, photometric plans, security lighting, that sort of thing, did it meet all town standards?
Yes.
Any concerns with those at all? Okay.
No.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, yeah, I'll invite the applicant to come down for the presentation.
Todd, do you want to come down?
My name is Eric Gerster. I work for Sustainability Engineering Group, the engineer who put together this package. Good to be here tonight. Anyhow, I am here sadly to talk mostly about the engineering and the site planning of this site and not the economic viability of it. However, I'll get started. So this is for case DR 22-2074. You've seen this one. This location is a quick aerial photo. This location shows the spots of the Chase and the AutoZone, the site that would be used for the hotel, as well as 2 additional pad sites that would be built here. It's interesting when you look at this. I've got the Queen Creek zoning across the street from this location. And so the GC running about midway up at Germain and Power is this site. And then across the street, there's some residential. North, there's general commercial and industrial on the northeast corner for the town of Queen Creek. There's also more general commercial here. In my mind, I didn't think this was going to be a difficult case because to me, this is the way, I'm gonna go back one, this is the way zoning works. You know, you get a commercial corner and a major corridor like Power and Germain, and you've got general commercial on the corners and padding that with multifamily around the outside and then single family to the inside. And that's what we've done here. These are just 2 photos of the site from the street, one from Power Road and the other from Germain. This shows, as was already discussed, so you've got the yellow represents the sites that are in, the green are the future sites, and the white is the hotel. You can see this works pretty well with commercial around the perimeter. This hotel, from a business standpoint, as far as I see it, and I work for an engineering firm and not for a business office, but the way I see this is that this hotel becomes a destination for the neighborhood where people would come and stay if they were doing business in the neighborhood or they had friends that were living there and didn't have room for them and that type of thing. You see these pop up all the time. They become more of a destination and not not a place where you need street frontage and signage and resort facilities. These are the strict elevations of the site. You can see the front is on the top. The lights on the side of the building help light the parking lot. They're mounted about 14 feet to mount the other pole, to match the other pole lights in the parking lot. So there are no lights above 14 feet. They all cast downward. Side views, we've matched trash enclosures and other structures in the parking lot to match the stone finish and the colors of the hotel. And you've seen those. Last one is landscaping. They've got quite a bit of buffering, and if you look, this site matches the hotel or the apartments to the southwest. So they have on-site open detention there from the edge of the parking lot to the property line. This one matches it but puts trees in there to help break up the massing of the building, and then there's a large setback. So these setbacks all the way around are very generous compared to what the zoning code requires. And I'm open to any questions.
Okay, thank you, sir. Does anyone have any questions for the applicant? Commissioner Davis.
Could you tell me, do you know what the heights of the apartments to the west are? What the heights of those buildings, how many stories they are?
To the west?
Or to the southwest? Looked like there's multifamily to the southwest of this site.
Yeah, if we go back, you mean on the zoning. So we've got multifamily wrapping this.
Right. I was curious if you knew the height of those apartments.
So they're 2-story, and I believe they're just over 35 feet. I couldn't find the previous zoning case, but they're 2-story buildings.
2 stories good enough. That's what I wanted to know. Thank
and
you.
And then the single family, the SF6, is mostly single story.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant?
I do have, if you have other technical questions, I have Paul Gilbert here representing the property ownership, Evergreen. I have traffic engineer here as well. So.
You have a question? Oh, Commissioner Blazer.
Yeah. Would the client or the applicant be willing to change the color of the elevation? That orange color?
Well, it's supposed to be kind of a desert brown. I think the applicant would be open to some color modifications.
Okay,
that's not a difficult one.
Okay,
Commissioner Blazer.
that's my only question. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other questions? Commissioner Johnson.
Mr. Chairman, sir, for access, will there along the Germain and Power, will there be any kind of a pole sign that lets the potential users know to turn in that this is actually a hotel or motel unit?
Commissioner Johnson, signage comes under separate permit. Typically in a situation like this, and I would think that the planner could answer this better than I, these signs are usually signage at the drives, and they're usually a monument sign mounted at a certain height. I don't think pole lights are allowed in this area. Pole signs, sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, anything else? All right. Then we can, thank you, sir. And if we have anything else, we'll check back. We'll open up the public comment portion. I have a number of comment cards as well as a list from an online declaration. So I'll begin by reading the names from the additional online public comment cards. Then we will move into the individual cards that were set up here. So to begin with, I will list the names and whether they are in support or opposition. And starting with Alan C., oppose. Allison Jennings, oppose. Allison Ball Saltos, oppose. Allison Chimbucas, oppose. Amanda Mack, oppose. Andrea, oppose. Anthony Fody, oppose. Anthony M., oppose. Arthur Eisenbach, oppose. Ashley Larson, oppose. Barbara Fletcher, oppose. Bridget Brower, oppose. Bront Burgess, oppose. Camille Schwint, oppose. Carol Du Bois, oppose. Cheryl Whipple, oppose. Cindy Carlson, oppose. Claire Nelson, oppose. Connie Skelly, oppose. Dana McCullough, oppose. Danielle Hanson, oppose. David Logan, oppose. Dawn Mack, oppose. Debbie Lee, oppose. Deborah Domenico, oppose. Doug Carlson, oppose. Emily Piat, oppose. Fletcher Carpenter, oppose. I'm just going to actually stop saying oppose. Everyone that I read will be opposed until I say the last name. Gerald Demencio, I said that. Hannah Eisenbach, Hannah Lamb, Heather Weber, Jamie Oates, Janica Springer, Jason Domenico, must be Gerald's brother. Jennifer King, Jennifer Rawls, Jennifer Sotelo, Jessica Kilgore, G. Wang, Jocelyn Delacruz, Joseph Caterina, Josh Skelly, Kate Chinbukas, Kelly Russell, Kimberly Ray, Lacey Egan, Lisa Ord, Lisa Virgatamo, Lindsay Perry, McKenna Stearman, Madison Stearman, Mandy Wilkinson, Marcy Schumacher, Martin Lorenes, Mary Thorne, Megan Zorinez, Melissa Cavender, Michelle Gallego, Millie Stearman, Nicole Carpenter, Pamela Hirschberger, Patty Ash, Paul Chimbukas, Paul Petka, Quint Whipple, Rachel McConaughey, Richard Greer, Richard Mack, Rob Wilkinson, Robert Hirschberger, Rodney Dela Cruz, Sean Springer, Sean Beanfang, Sean Whitmer, Sherry Merkley, Sherry Stella, Stacy Mowers, Stephanie Petka, Summer Greer, Tara Andrus, Tracy Fody, Wayne Nelson, and Zachary Cooley. And Terrence McCullough, Armando Charvet, and Jerry Charvet. Then in favor, Britt Lovelace. Okay, so that was on the public comment cards. So now I'll read off the ones that are wanted to have their comments heard but did not wish to speak. A number of you had just checked it but did not check whether you wish to speak or not. So after I read this, if it's your name and you did wish to speak, just say, hey, I wish to speak. So this is Dina Litherland? Okay. Okay. Very good. She's here and is opposed to this item. We then have Paul Chimbukas, who is opposed to this item, and the comment was a 4-story building should not be constructed in a residential neighborhood. And Paul, okay. We then have Dan Brower, opposed to the item. Sherry Clough, opposed, I do not want this hotel. Sorry if I'm butchering any names. Matthew Webster, opposed to the item. And he wishes to speak. All right, I will move that. Mike Lee, opposed, doesn't wish to speak. We do not want this hotel here. Zach Cooley, huge cost, no benefit, opposed to the item. Terrence McCullough, opposed, does not wish to speak. Okay, with that then, I will go back to those who do wish to speak, and I'll start with you, Mr. Matthew Webster. If you'd like to come up to the podium, state your name, and you'll have 3 minutes, sir. Yeah, you're good. Yeah, you're good.
I'm short. So I didn't think I was going to speak first, but it's just in an area that seems really out of place for a hotel. It's kind of sneaky in a sense of like, why here? And to say that, oh, it's for visiting families, really? Like that's your only grab? It just seems like it's going to be in the process of having long-term, maybe illegals, I don't know. but I just think they can easily find a better place than in this area where the highest buildings are the 2-story apartments. Now we're talking about a 4-story. And so that's my thoughts. I'm just concerned with it turning into something other than what's being presented at this moment. Especially if we have suites with kitchens. Who knows, right? That's it.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Webster. Next up, we have Brian Litherland. He is opposed and he wishes to speak. So please come up, state your name, and then you'll have 3 minutes, sir.
My name is Brian Litherland. I appreciate the time. I'm going to tell you a little bit about myself. I was a police officer with Phoenix PD for 29 years. I did 11 years of patrol, and I did 16 years of undercover work as a detective. I have recently retired, and through my experience, these extended stay establishments, and make no mistake, these are long-term establishments. They track drug dealing, prostitution, human trafficking. Throughout my career, I worked closely with extended stay establishments like Budget Suites, Extended Stay America, and others. While working undercover, I frequented these places where I observed firsthand the amount of drug activity, prostitution, and other crimes that these establishments bring. They always had the most complaints and calls for services. Over the years, we were able to close some of these extended stays by showing they were a criminal nuisance through prostitution stings, undercover drug deals, confidential informants, and eventually numerous warrants. These extended stay businesses do not belong in a primarily residential area. That's exactly where this is going. It's all surrounded by residential. I drove today to other locations by this company, and they're mostly in corporate areas. They're not by residential areas like this particular one here. Gilbert made the top 10 on the list of safest places in the nation, ranked number 7 out of 182 locations. This is why we chose to live here. Would you want this in your backyard? We don't. And I think you're going to hear a lot more people are going to start coming forward when they find out about this. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes.
My apologies. But just by way of reminder, sir.
Yeah, turn your mic on, sorry.
It's on, sorry. Just by way of reminder, sir, the issue on the agenda today is the design review, and we just want to be very sensitive not to go outside of what has been agendized. Just want to make sure that the comments that are given are directly related to the design review. Anything outside of that would have been more appropriate during the public comment section.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Next up, we have Paul Gilbert, who is in favor of the item and wishes to speak.
Mr. Chairman.
Sir, if you could come to the mic and, yeah, thank you, sir. And then state your name, and then you'll have 3 minutes. Oh. Do we do, okay, yeah.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Paul Gilbert. By the way, my mother signed a card in favor. I think that didn't get read tonight. I just thought I'd pass that on. My address is 7175 East Camelback Road. I represent the owner of the property and the developer. I would propose that since we're entitled to a rebuttal, that I have the opportunity of basically saving my presentation to the rebuttal. We are just flabbergasted to have 88 cards in opposition. We've never had anything like this happen to us before. So I would prefer, if it's okay with you and the other members of the commission, to let me exercise the rebuttal rights and respond to the comments, because we're hearing for the first time what these objections are. as you know, that from that survey, they just say opposed. We don't have any information as to the specifics and why they are opposed. So if we could have that opportunity, we would be most appreciative.
Yeah, and I'll just note, you will have that opportunity. And,
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Okay, next up, Catherine Chinbukas, opposed to the item and wishes to speak. Catherine, please come up and then state your name, and you'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
My name is Catherine Chimbukas, and I am a resident of Power Ranch in the Orchards community, which is right next to the proposed area. My complaint is that it is going to bring increased traffic. Accidents happen almost daily on Power and Germain. There are 320 proposed apartments on Power and Germain in the Queen Creek area. Germain Road is a constant speedway. I think it's going to create much more problems and accidents in that area. We already have sewer issues in that area on Power and Rittenhouse. There's not enough lines, and the area absolutely stinks. If you look up reviews for the hotels in other areas, it has brought increased crime, long-term living, where these occupants going to go to school. There's going to be kids in that hotel, and where are they going to put these kids in school? The schools are already overcrowded. There are 4 hotels within 3 miles of Power Ranch. This area is not appropriate for a long-term extended stay hotel. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Joni Joyner, opposed to the item and wishes to speak. Please come down, state your name, and you will have 3 minutes for your comments.
Reminder to the speakers that if they can confine their statements to what's listed on the agenda tonight, and that has to do with design review, the aesthetics, and if you have any questions, I'm sure myself or staff will be more than happy to explain where we are in the process in terms of zoning versus design review.
Thank you, ma'am, for the reminder, but I'm still going to exercise my right to speak in 3 minutes. I'm Joni Joyner. I'm a homeowner of this community of Gilbert for 16 years. I'm also a nurse in the community. I come today because this is the first I've heard about a proposed long-term stay being put in our Power Ranch area. I am opposed to the 4-story of a extended stay because, first of all, the apartments are only 2 stories. Second of all, a 4-story is not acceptable up against that for people to be overlooking into neighbors' yards and business. It's not acceptable. I will use the right to let you guys know I'll be back for the rebuttal for this proposal. We're not happy with what's going on, and there's a lot of us here, so I will just speak on that behalf. I have a family, 3 small children who attend Coronado Elementary School in a Higley School District. We are longtime members of Power Ranch, and we are also looking to be longtime members of this community. It is not acceptable to have this type of business in our area. I know we need growth. I understand we need more money and more taxes, but this is not the way to bring it to our community. The Power Road area, the street already has increased traffic, and that will bring more increased traffic. Please keep that in mind in your future endeavors at this proposal. The lot already has a ton of wrecks that continue to happen every day, as well as a school bus recently that was also wrecked there in the past year. The last thing I would like to add is that Power Road already has 4 hotels that is south of Warner and just north of Williamsfield for short-term stays. This community is a small community. It should continue to stay a small community. We can still add hotels and things, but extended stay is not acceptable in our area of Power Ranch. The reason why it isn't acceptable is because most of us here, I'm sure they moved here because of the small town and the safety. It does not bring safety, and it does not bring security to our families. The last thing is, in a dated newspaper article by the Washington Examiner in April of 2021. ICE had converted 7 hotels at that time into casas for migrant families crossing the border. One of those did include a Wood Spring extended stay in Texas that housed 338 people. Not only do these types of problems bring issues to our community, it also costs us money. So if you can tell me you're going to make more money as a community, as a city, by bringing this to our community versus what it's going to cost us in the future if it is converted by ICE, which we have no control over, then we would love to see those statistics at the rebuttal. We would like to keep that small town feel. Please consider that when you do review this next time. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And I'll just, as a follow-up to what the town attorney was saying, I respect all the comments, and I just want to at least just elaborate on it to say the case that we're looking at is to look at if the site meets the town code as per the layout and the design review of it. And so within the purview of what we have the authority to do, I just want to make sure that it doesn't appear as though we're not going to be listening, but some of these items that you are bringing up are not actually what is being decided on here. And I just wanted to point that out as we go through this, and that's why the town attorney was saying that. Well, if you could fill out, we can't actually, no. If you'd like to speak, I can call you back up, but I can't just. That's why I said she can come up to speak. Yeah, she can definitely come up to speak, but I can't just have questions. And then he stood up. Sir, if you'd like to speak, I could take a comment card from you as well. We have to have the name on the record and what's happening. That's all. Okay. So with that being said, if anyone else would like to speak, please fill out a comment card and I'd be more than happy to let you come up. All right, next up, we have Debbie Lee, opposed to the item and wishes to speak. Miss Debbie, please come down, state your name, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, I'm Debbie Lee, and I'm a resident of Power Ranch. I've been here 18 years. And I'm opposed to the 4-story hotel as well. Power Road and Germain has constant accidents, and bringing in a hotel will create more traffic and accidents there. Like everyone said before, with the apartments there that are only two-story high, with the hotel being 4 stories high, they're just going to be peering back into the people, into their yard, into the privacy of their home. Back to about what you were saying, that this is about how the layout is of the hotel. We never saw a sign, and there is a sign there now. There's a phone number on there, and I have called that phone number numerous times, and it's a voicemail that goes to, can't remember the lady's name, but she said she's out of town starting June until August, and that's it. So there's no one to get hold of and to voice our opinion that way. So I'm opposed to this extended stay. It will not bring anything good to our community. This is a residential area with homes all around, and I'm completely opposed to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next up, Mario Chicas. He is opposed to the item and he wishes to speak. Mr. Chicas, please state your name, and then you'll have 3 minutes for your comments. Thank you.
We meet again, sir, chair, commissioners. I think that's what you're all called. Mario Chicas, I live in Gilbert. I live right around the corner there. So I'm going to speak quickly, so keep up. I'm curious if you folks even live in Gilbert or nearby where this hotel extended stay is going to be. I noticed Eric's company is actually in Scottsdale, so I wonder if he even lives in Gilbert either. So I love the fact that the people that it doesn't affect, they can say whatever they want, right? And let me just say something. Do these developers always treat you guys so disrespectfully? I apologize for the outburst there, but he was doing it, so I took, bad advice there. As my neighbor said there, I was in DEA. Children don't come hang out at extended stays. So we're talking about visually from the road. My concern is that people would see a 4-story building coming south on Power and they would get in more accidents. My concern is that Queen Creek going, Germain going, where am I going? East. They would also see a 4-story building. And so the optics, they would draw their eye to that ugly orange, as one of you mentioned. And so again, there'd be more accidents there. So there's a school there also, which kids play and walk around the school. None of those kids are going to a $75 a night, Monday through Thursday. Again, we're talking about the optics. What optics does that give? People that stay at extended stays give the optics that they have kitchens they use to cook, but they don't cook food, if you catch my drift. My concern is that optically, this looks like we don't care about our community. Speaking of optics, across the street next to an EOS gym, there's already a gang tag there, of which Mr. Eric and this gentleman probably don't know or care about. But the optics are that bringing in something that looks like it's inviting a certain clientele that we don't want, the neighbors in Power Ranch do not want that. Let me just give you a little more clarity about what I'm doing. I'm also fighting the Ocotillo Bridge. I'm also helping Morrison Ranch fight against the ranch. Those are also optic issues of which we spend millions and millions and millions of dollars in tax money. I understand it's not my money. It's his company. Frankly, this isn't personal. It's just business. It's awful. It looks awful. It looks like we don't care. And I can guarantee you, I will go around every single door in Power Ranch and get everybody that wants to come in here whenever we're allowed to actually say what we want to say, according to, respectfully, to the attorney. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. All right. I have Jim Parrott, I believe, opposed and wished to speak. There was no report on number 12 on the table, so I'm hoping that that was rectified. But Jim. Okay. Okay. Okay, I will amend that to number 17 then, Jim. Very good. Okay, that concludes the public comment of the cards that I have, unless there's, if there's others. Yeah, if there's anyone else that would like to speak, you, sir, please come up, state your name, and we'll give you 3 minutes. And then fill out a card for the record, please.
Yeah, Brad Simon, been a resident for 15 years. I guess the question I had was, when the reference is made that they thought that people would have their family members stay and they would have them come and stay at the facility, what kind of research was done? What did you look into to find out that anyone in Power Ranch, when the comment was made that this is the first you've heard of comments, what type of research did you do? Who did you ask? Did you follow up with anybody in the community to find out? It does, the Commissioner Johnson, who had made the comment, it does when you look at it, when we saw it, it seems like you're shoehorning in this hotel. I mean, you look at that and you think, the 202 in Power, that seems really logical. We have hotels down there. It seems like a logical place forward. If I'm in a hotel room, I don't want to look out my back window and see somebody in their backyard doing their personal business. I don't want to be doing my personal business and have someone in a 4-story hotel looking in on me. You're shoehorning this hotel into a spot that, sure, you can say that by code, by license, by whatever, it's legal to do. Is it the right spot for it? What kind of research was done? When you claim I need to rebuttal, what are you rebutting? Are you rebutting the things that we're not supposed to share today? I mean, did anyone do any research to find out if this is a good location for this hotel? When you had stated that we thought families would have people overflow.
Sir, I just want to remind you, just speak to me on your comments, please.
I apologize. But I just wonder, if I'm doing something like that in my business, I do research. I find out. If I have an opinion, if I'm doing an investment of this nature, I want to make sure that I know what's going on. And I want to make sure that the community that I'm shoehorning that hotel into has a need for it, has a desire for it, has a want for it. just to be able to legally do something is not the right reason to do it. You see, people don't want it to ask us to attend something like this and not share feelings. I'm sure it's the wrong venue, but there'll be other venues. We'll do it again. I just think you have to look at that and think, this is the wrong location. The gentleman with the law enforcement background, the crime that's associated with these, the traffic that's associated with these, you're shoehorning this thing into an intersection that's already busy, already residential. It's my neighborhood that I get up and I walk with my wife and my dog and I see my neighbors. I don't want a 4-story hotel on the corner of that location. No one wants it at that location. The reason so many people, all those cards that you didn't research to find out why they said no, no one wants it there. And so we just need to know ongoing. Debbie needs to know a phone number. We need to know a phone number, how we follow up to continue to share with you. We don't want this hotel there. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir. I have a card here. It's set as DR 22-149 for Betty Gross. I just wanted to be sure if Betty wanted to speak on this one. Is Betty here? All right, one moment. Make sure I didn't miss. Oh, okay. Yeah, I had read it earlier because you had just said opposed and then it didn't check whether to speak. So, all right, Mr. Brower, come up, state your name, and then 3 minutes, please. Thank you.
My name is Dan Brower. I am also a resident of the community directly behind this proposed hotel. I'm against it for several reasons. I hadn't actually seen a picture of it until tonight, till we saw the renderings. If you want to keep it about the design is horrible. A 4-story hotel in an area where a 4-story building just shouldn't be. You know, I can't say it any plainer than that. It's an ugly building. It's a beautiful spot with an ugly building that you plan on putting in there. Please don't do it. I could go on for the next 2.5 minutes agreeing with everyone else that's already spoken. There's no point in doing that. Please, don't do this. That's all I have to say.
All right, thank you, sir. Are there any other individuals that wanted to fill out a card and speak on this matter? Okay, seeing none, I will close the public comment. I will then allow the developer, if you'd like to come up and have a rebuttal, please do. And staff as well, if you had anything else to add, but.
So if I could.
We'll step to the mic if you're going, if.
Could I have Mr. Gilbert speak instead?
Yeah, if he's the applicant, he can speak, yes.
Thank you. We appreciate this opportunity to discuss this case.
Sorry, state your name again, sir, just so the record.
Sure. My name is Paul Gilbert, and my address is 7175 East Camelback Road. I represent the owner of the property, who's owned the property for a considerable period of time. I represent Evergreen, who is in the process of buying the property from my client, and who will be the developer for the site. I don't want to get trapped into spending a lot of time this evening addressing issues that I submit are not relevant and are not within the jurisdiction of this board. Basically, this is a design review hearing. Commissioner Bianchi basically said it very well. He asked your staff, does this comply with all the requirements? And the answer was yes. So the property is zoned. The use was approved at the time of zoning. The use is not a relevant discussion at this hearing. Issues dealing with design and other things clearly are. So I don't want to spend a lot of time dealing with issues that I don't consider relevant to our discussion as we reason together to discuss this design of this hotel. I do feel somewhat the need to defend my client, however. The Wood Springs Suites is a classy, well-known hotel. It has no record, and there has been no evidence produced that our extended stay use somehow contributes to drug abuse and prostitutes and the other things we've been accused of. There's no evidence of that. We're a fine, upstanding company, and we deserve to be treated as such in this forum. And I think it would be very interesting for you to find who represents our tenants and our clients at this hotel. Here's who stays at our hotel: traveling medical professionals, governmental employees and contractors, extended business travel, construction workers, professional development, continuing education, transitioning students, snowbirds, long-stay guests for holidays, major events and conferences, family emergencies, medical care. The list could go on. That's who stays at our hotel, and all of these uses are allowed under the existing commercial ordinance that designates the uses. The time to discuss the uses was at the time of the zoning. A lot of talk has been formulated this evening saying that, couldn't you find a better place to put this hotel? Or, as someone commented, this isn't a good place for a hotel. We find that somewhat interesting because we're in the hotel business. We develop these all over the United States. I think you should give some deference to the fact that we know what we're doing, and we've selected this site because it is an ideal location for our hotel. We have the expertise, the experience, and the background. We've selected the site, it works for us, and we comply with all your requirements. There has been some talk about traffic. I'm not sure that fits within the design review criteria, but let's say it does for purposes of discussion. We've submitted a full traffic report. We have a traffic engineer here who is available to answer questions if you would like, but basically that report has been submitted and reviewed by your staff. It's not been raised as an issue of concern by your staff this evening. I was amused because one of the speakers indicated there was a phone number on the board, and they called it, and sure enough, the voicemail that was there said, I'm going to be gone from June to August. I called that too, and I eventually was able to talk to someone, and someone that I talked to was Kristen Devine. So she was there, she answered the phone, and I was able to talk to her. So I'm not going to answer questions,
Please don't.
Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Yes. Sure. Well, I'm presumptuous of me. I'm just a little humble attorney.
Kristen, if you'd like to,
Gotta
please
ask the
go ahead.
chairman.
Yeah.
No, so I apologize for the voicemail miscommunication. I was on maternity leave for a few months, and my away message was not changed back when I got back, but you are still able to leave a message. So I apologize. I'm sorry? No, it rings directly to me if my phone is unavailable.
And again, I called and she answered it. Well, I got the voicemail, left my number, and she called me back. But why we digress. That's not really the issue that's here this evening. Bottom line is we meet the requirements. We're zoned for this. The objections deal almost exclusively with the use. The property is zoned for the use. We're entitled to use it for that use. And we submit that we meet the requirements for your design review board criteria, and we recommend that you therefore follow the recommendation of your staff and approve this application as filed. I'll be very pleased to answer any other questions that you might have.
Does anybody have any questions for the applicant? Commissioner Bianchi.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Gilbert, can you verify that all the posted requirements for the case were met?
Yes, I can.
Were there pictures taken? Was that documented with the case file?
I have not personally documented that, but the staff has, so I would have to defer to them.
Okay.
But they answered your question, and part of the answer to that question was they had to have gone through all those procedures.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, and then, so, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yep. Go ahead, Commissioner Bianchi, a question for staff.
Thanks again, Chair. So Kristen, real quick, I'm looking at the background and the case history that's in our staff report. The zoning for this use was established, it seems, back in 1997 or 2003. Is that correct? It wasn't recent? Yeah.
One moment, sorry. Chairman, Commissioner Bianchi, yeah, it looks like it was established July 22nd, 1997, and then was amended in January of 2003. And it's been the same zoning district ever since.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, so nothing was snuck by you. There wasn't a posting or meeting that anybody missed. I'm just trying to say that it's been that zoning for over 20 years now.
Okay, is there any other questions? All right, with that, I'll close the public comment and I will bring it up to the dais for discussion or to entertain a motion. Commissioner Johnson.
Just thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Just for clarification, the staff recommendation reads approve the findings of fact and approve DR 22-74 Wood Springs Suites Hotel. Okay, that, and then says, if I understand it, subject to site review, landscaping, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Correct? Approve the hotel at that site. So I have a procedural question. If this is approved, what happens next? What's the next step in the process? And is there any opportunity for the community to provide any input or any comments after this step is completed?
Well, and I would defer to the staff on that.
Chairman, Commissioner Johnson, as noted, the zoning has been in place, so this is not a zoning, this is not an approval of the use. The use is allowed by right. This is an approval of the design.
Okay.
So the DR in front of that, even though it says you're approving the hotel, you're approving the design review of the hotel. After tonight's meeting, this would be, if approved, this would be the final meeting. They would then go through construction documents on the hotel.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
All right. No, and these questions are valid. The issue here is that when land is zoned as a certain use, there's a number of different use types that could go in there under the general commercial within the land development code, and we can speak to that. And so we as a operating body have no authority with which we could say we agree and we think that it's awful, but the problem is we, based on the land development code, don't have any authority with which to dictate to an owner who has this land use that they cannot put this there because the land development code dictates that this use is appropriate. And they're not, this is, the meeting that we're having is for design review, so we, even if the building itself was the ugliest thing that exists, if it meets the palette and the other codes with which the staff has reviewed and looked at, that's the only thing we could comment on and say you need to put a different roof on or you need to do this. We don't have any authority with which to state you cannot put a hotel here. And we can't put a restriction on it within the land development code. It states how much of a height is allowed. So
by way of reminder, public comment.
yeah, and so the public comment is closed. I just felt that there was a lot of individuals here, and I just don't want you to feel as though we're not listening. I want you to honestly understand that we don't have any authority with which to dictate that. So, any other? All right. We have to have a decorum here. This is a public meeting. I'll remind everyone that we need to keep public comment to when the public comment section is happening. Okay, any other discussion?
Chair, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
This is for staff and town attorney. Correct me if I'm wrong. I believe in the Land Development Code under procedures, there is a section in there where the community can file a legal protest, in which case that the case would now get presented to town council, and town council would have the final say on the design review. I've gone through that procedure before in the past. Is that still the Land Development Code?
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, yeah, the design review is subject to appeal to the town council. I don't. Sorry about that. The decision you make today with respect to the design review is subject to appeal, and I would be happy to get that information to anyone that's interested.
Okay, thank you for that. I just wanted to kind of help educate the community a little bit that there is procedures in the Land Development Code. So I highly recommend that you go to that document, go to that specific section, and see what your rights are.
Okay, any other discussion? All right, then if not, I'd entertain a motion. Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner Blazer.
I just want to thank everybody for coming out, and I don't think this is the right project for this area. If it had Hilton or Marriott on the side, I'd feel a lot better about it. But that's my personal opinion. I don't like the color. I think it's awful from a design standpoint. I don't like the color.
All right. Any other? Commissioner Johnson.
Yeah, go back, Mr. Vice Chairman, thank you very much, and the staff, thank you. It's almost like the language was she approved the design review devoid of any understanding of the context of this site. And that's probably out of bounds, but it won't be the first time.
Any other comment? Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Davis.
I'd like to bring it back around a little bit to the what we can discuss on the case, and it's the elevations. I agree. I'm not thrilled with the orange color. I don't know how compatible it is. I did a little checking online. It looks like maybe they've got some blues in their palettes. They've got some that have been built with more creamy tones that may be more appropriate for the area. So I do like the idea of taking a look at the color palette and making sure it's more compatible with the area. I don't know how the rest of the board feels about that.
I agree.
Okay. Well, then I would, if there's no more discussion, I'd entertain a motion either way in regards to the project, if anyone would like to.
Could I ask a clarifying question? Would we need to craft a condition of approval if we wanted to identify that? I mean, is it too loose for them to work with staff to find a color palette that's more compatible with the area with some blues and
Chairman, Commissioner
browns?
Davis, no, that's perfectly acceptable to add a condition to follow up with a color palette that would be more amenable.
We have said that would be agreeable to us.
Sir. Okay. Commissioner Blazer.
Can we provide a motion to deny based on the design?
I believe that if you were inclined to make such a motion, you could do it, sir.
I think in order to that, you need to have a strong case that it does not meet the design requirements laid out in the Land Development Code.
Okay.
So I personally think, unfortunately to the residents, the project does have right to go here. And I highly recommend that you do read the Land Development Code and know your rights to what the process is after this, that you can challenge whatever approvals happen tonight. I strongly recommend that you do that.
Okay. Anyone have a motion they'd like to make?
I don't know. I can give my opinion as well. So I would say to the citizens came out, especially if this is your first foray into the planning commission process, I understand it can be frustrating when you come in and you think this is what you should do, this is what we should be against. But what we've tried to establish tonight is what we can and can't do legally within our bounds of this commission. We want you to understand that we hear your voices, we hear your opinions, but understand that's why we talked about the zoning. That's why we asked about the lighting. That's why we asked about the posting. You know, the zoning was established 20 years ago. So it is a by right use. They're looking at the site development codes, their height, their setback, they meet all of them. So we can't just come in and we can't just go against that because they have that by right here. So that's what we're discussing is the overall design. That's why the commissioners have asked about that. So I understand your frustration. There is an appeal process, but really understand that we are very limited in what we can do here tonight, other than the design of what you've seen as far as the facade and the layout and that sort of thing. So please understand that. Thank you.
Can't you table it?
All right. Any other discussion or a motion?
I'll make a motion. I would move that we approve DR 2274 Wood Spring Suites Hotel with an additional condition that they replace the orange tone with a more neutral color that's more consistent, more compatible with what's in the area.
All right. We have a motion from Commissioner Davis.
All right, I'll second that.
And that's second by Commissioner Bianchi. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
All right, let's do a roll call, please.
Commissioner Johnson? Nay. Commissioner Gage?
Aye.
Commissioner Davis?
Aye.
Commissioner Anderson?
Aye.
Commissioner Blazer?
Nay.
Commissioner Bianchi?
Aye.
Chairman Munt?
Aye.
The vote passes.
Okay. Thank you all. And like we said, speak with the attorney and get the information on what you would need in order to move forward. All right. Moving on to number 14, GP 21-03 Keystone. And we have Ashley. All right. Thank you, Ashley.
Thank you, Chairman and Commission. I am going to actually go through 14 and 15 together, GP 2103 and Z 2105.
Oh, yeah.
I might just pause for a moment.
Yeah, we'll take a moment to, thank you. Okay, Ashley, go ahead.
All right. Thank you, Chairman. So I will actually run through this presentation fairly quickly. Staff asked for this to remain on the non-consent agenda because we do have some condition modifications that were made just today, so we did not have time to get those to you in advance of the hearing. So I appreciate your patience, but for the public, because I do believe there is also one member of the public that has filled out a card on this item, I'll just quickly run through my presentation. So this property is located on the south side of Warner Road between Power and Wrecker. It is directly off of Sanders Drive and Warner Road. This application is being processed concurrently with an annexation application that was initiated by Town Council just last night and will move forward. The final annexation hearing will move forward with the zoning and general plan items. So this property is 14.98 acres. The existing general plan on site is 5 to 8 dwelling units per acre, and they are seeking an increase of that to residential 8 to 14 dwelling units per acre. As I mentioned, this property is currently within the county, so it is unincorporated county property. So under the Maricopa County zoning code, it is designated as Airport District 3. So as this moves through the process, the applicant would seek under that annexation and rezoning application to modify the zoning from Maricopa County zoning to multifamily low on this site. They are also seeking adoption of a PAD, which includes adoption of a development plan as well as setback and building separation deviation requests. Those are the only 2 deviation requests associated with this site. The general plan and zoning exhibits both look very similarly. It is this L-shaped property, for lack of better term. And so that is the boundaries of the site. As I mentioned, they are seeking that general plan change from residential 5 to 8 to residential 8 to 14. This is located within the Gateway character area, so the future design review will need to comply. That is currently in review. So if this application were to be successful, Planning Commission would see that design review application in not too long. This is consistent with the general plan designation to the south and west. Those are both zoned, or the general plan designation on both of those are residential categories as well. This is just a 1-step increase in total density. The zoning exhibit, as I mentioned, looks much the same as the general plan, so we're talking about the same property here. Would go from 83 to Maricopa County 83 to multifamily low. So the applicant is requesting 2 deviation requests with this. The first being the rear setback to residential. The area shown in green on here would be a 15-foot setback as opposed to the 20-foot required setback. And that is in order to allow this driveway that they're using to access the property to align with the driveway on the other side of Sanders Street. I will note that staff also likes to see a separation between access drives and the arterial roadway. So this is really in order to comply with town standards. The second deviation request is to have a decrease in the separation between buildings from 20 feet to 10 feet. This would only apply to the single-story buildings which are located on the south side of the property. So the 2-story buildings would still meet the required building separation of 20 feet. The applicant has provided a development plan as well. Abutting Warner Road are the 1- and 2-story residential townhome units. And then at the south side of the property is where the single-story bungalow type product would be located. There was public input received. There was a neighborhood meeting held in 2020 where there were 6 attendees. The applicant has continued to do outreach with that community, and as a result, staff has not received any comments related to this project. As I mentioned, I am requesting you to modify a couple of the conditions, so I'm going to run through those. We are recommending approval with conditions A through O as modified. So I will say these modifications are more technical cleanup than substantive, but we wanted to make sure you had the most updated version. So condition A, B, and C would be modified as shown on the screen. And conditions D, H, and J would also be modified just to clarify the roadway that would be improved. Condition H, we added in just as some additional clarification language. And condition J specifies which ordinances apply to the reimbursement agreement. And then lastly, I am just correcting a condition that references condition M as opposed to L in condition O. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you have. I appreciate your patience with me on those modifications.
Thank you, Ashley. All right. Any questions for Ashley? Yes, Commissioner Johnson.
Vice Chairman Ashley, thank you very much. One of the things I'm consistently concerned about is separation between structures. I see a lot of this in the new developments in Gilbert. To go from 20 to 10 between units, I cannot understand the rationale for approving narrowing separations between structures. 10 feet is just basically reaching out and almost touching the adjacent neighbors. So I have a consistent concern about deviations on any separations between buildings, especially in residential areas. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions for Ashley? Okay. Is a developer here that would like to make a presentation? If so, please come down, state your name, and then if you have a PowerPoint, we can pull it up.
Chair, good evening.
You may need that a little higher, slightly taller.
I will, but I'm going to be really short. Brendan Ray, 1850 North Central, here on behalf of the applicant Keystone's Home. We agree with everything staff said. We're okay with their proposed modifications to the stipulations that they presented to you today. I can go in further detail should it be necessary to talk about this development, but I will only do so if you would like me to. Otherwise, I'm happy to answer any additional questions you all might have.
Very well. Thank you, sir. Does anyone have any questions for the applicant at this time? Not seeing any? Okay, thank you. All right, we'll move into the public comment. I do have one comment card here. It's Brandon Ray. Oh, okay. This seems like one of those funny names, like real close. Okay. Brandon Ray is in favor and wishes to speak. Sir, if you'd come up, state your name, and then you'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Brandon Ray. I have a property that immediately touches and faces, my front door faces this development. We've had other developers come in and, or at least 2 that I recall, that came in and they wanted, multi-story homes, 7 feet from our property line. This developer came in, listened to our comments. They went with single story immediately, touching the RU-43, because we're zoned as acre lots facing these properties, these homes that are a lot smaller. And my home's the one immediately south in the middle there, that square lot. Yep, that one. And the developer's been keeping us informed and listening to comments. The neighbors, Steve, who owns the large notch out of that, they've listened to a lot of things he said as well. He wasn't able to be here because he's in Missouri, but just wanted to say I'm in favor because of course we'd rather nothing be there. We'd have our mountain view, but we don't have that choice. So having a developer that's willing to work with us has been helpful. So, yep, that's all I have.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Okay. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak on this item? Not seeing any, I will close the public comment and bring it up to the dais for discussion. Would anybody like to kick off the discussion here? Or a motion?
If there's no discussion, I'll just go ahead and make a motion.
Go ahead. Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. Move to recommend town council approval of GP 2103.
With the conditions.
With the conditions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. We have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
All right. We have a motion by Commissioner Anderson and a second by Commissioner Blazer to approve with the conditions as stated A through O. Any other discussion? All right. We'll go with a vote. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Now we have to do the zoning case.
Oh.
That's for the general plan.
Oh, make the second motion. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so for the zoning case, for the reasons set forth in the staff report, move to recommend approval to the town council of Z2105 Keystone as requested, subject to the conditions listed in the staff report.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Anderson and a second by Commissioner Blazer.
Chairman?
Yes.
That motion was with the conditions in the staff report, but as modified.
Okay.
I'll amend my motion.
Yeah, that was my
as
fault.
Stated.
Second.
Very good. Okay. Any other discussion? All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. And my apologies for bowling up your motion, Commissioner Anderson. Okay, with that, we will move on to item number 17, Z22-12, Modera Gilbert.
Good evening, Chairman, Commission, and public. My name is Ava Kutro, and I'm the planning manager. Some of you may be familiar with this case. It was brought to you as a work session item about 2 months ago by Josh Rogers. He has since left the town, and I've taken over the case from Josh. The property that we're looking at is on the southwest corner of Higley and Ray. It's directly across from Agritopia and the Epicenter development that's recently been constructed. The current zoning on this property is 15 acres of shopping center. The applicant is proposing a mixed-use zone on here, but since we do not have a mixed-use zone currently, the applicant has divided the property up into 3 zones: general commercial, multifamily medium, and shopping center. Here you'll see the official zoning exhibit, and you'll see that the boundaries are a little odd shaped. That again was to try to fit these many uses on one parcel without having a mixed use zone. What we end up with on the 15.4 acre parcel is 3.8 acres of general commercial, that's along Ray Road, 8.66 acres of multifamily median just south of that, and 2.93 acres of shopping center. That's along Higley Road and south of the existing shopping center. As mentioned previously, the whole site was originally zoned shopping center, and back about 7 years ago, a gas station with car wash was put on that northeast corner. That was phase 1. Phase 2 never came to fruition, and that is why the applicant is applying for a rezone. In addition to the rezone, the applicant is asking for a planned area development overlay that would allow an increase in the maximum building height, a decrease in the front landscape setback, and a change to the overall landscape area. Looking at specifics on the requested planned area development, in the general commercial, again the parcels that are along Ray Road, the applicant is proposing an increase in height from 45 to 55 feet. This is about 10 to 15 feet below the height of Epicenter, which is across the street. And the reason the applicant is asking for the increased height is he does wish to do a retail commercial on the first floor with residential above, and the retail commercial does require higher ceiling heights. The minimum landscape setback area in the front, they're asking for a decrease from 25 feet to 20 feet. That's to allow more open space and unique uses on the interior of the site. And in a few slides, you'll see a paseo that's proposed, and they're available to do that if the front setback is decreased by the 5 feet. And then there's a request for landscaping over the percentage of the overall site. In this commercial area, rather than the 15%, they're going way above that with the 43%. But when you get to the multifamily section, rather than the 40%, they're dropping down to 31%. There's a illustration in the bottom corner that shows the green areas of open space. They do exceed, when you look at the whole site, they exceed what is required. Also in the multifamily, they're asking for an increase in height from 40 feet to 48 feet. This is again to accommodate a higher ceiling on the ground floor. Currently, since we do not have a mixed-use zone, that is zoned multifamily, but they do wish to put their amenities in that area, and should the mixed-use zone be approved in the future, they are anticipating going to that and being able to put retail and commercial in that area. It should be noted that this site is in the Gateway Character Area. This is noted in our general plan as a unique area of the town where we encourage traditional village neighborhood design, and we promote pedestrian and bicycle multimodal design. We also look for a mix of uses in these areas, and we look for a mix of commercial, residential, employment, schools, parks, things of that nature. Examples of this type of development in the Gateway Character Area are both Epicenter across the street and Verdia Cooley Station. These are much larger sites This is only a 15-acre site, but the applicant is proposing to do something similar. This is the site plan that would go along with the planned area development. As you could see, the commercial sites are along Higley, and they're proposing 4-story buildings, so the first floor would be commercial with 3 stories of apartments above. Just south of that, you'll see the multifamily. You can see at the front of those buildings, they are trying to put uses that aren't multifamily, such as the clubhouse, co-working spaces, retail, if that is allowed through a mixed-use zone, and then 3 stories of apartments. So the front would be 4 stories, the rear would be 3 stories, and then along Higley Road, there would be 2 shopping center pads that are retained. What's shown here is the center of the site between the commercial zoning and the multifamily zoning. That's the paseo the applicant would like to propose. They would like to make this a more dynamic area where you have storefronts on both sides. Again, on the southern side, right now, all that would be allowed would be the clubhouse and areas related to the multifamily. The hope is in the future they could expand that to retail. And the pictures there are illustrative. They were provided by the applicant, but those would be reviewed during a design review, which is running a little behind here, and Noah Schumerth will be presenting that to you at a future meeting. The applicant has done about 14 months of public participation. They started in September of 2021 going door to door. They then had 3 neighborhood meetings, one in October, one in February, and one in June of this year. The applicant, I'm sure, will go into more detail in their presentation, but when this first came to staff and to the residents, this was just a pure multifamily development. Staff wanted something more unique, especially since this is in the Gateway character area. The applicant revised this 3 or 4 times to get to the plan that's before you this evening. That doesn't mean that the plan before you has full agreement from residents. Residents still did have concerns, concerned about the loss of commercial. It was 15 acres of shopping center, concerned about apartments in general, that there are some already in this immediate area, concerned about traffic, and some wishing that the old zoning of shopping center could be retained. There's, I'd like to read into the record, we received 2 comments just today, people opposed that couldn't be here. So just a moment, I'd like to read those. Michael Obstein, he is against, and Russell Hampton, also against. Russell Hampton states that he is an immediate neighbor in the Lionsgate community. In your packet, you were provided with an email from Steve Maston and a petition signed by multiple people. The petition was from the very first application when this was fully multifamily, and Mr. Maston explains that in his email, but you were still provided with it, but I don't know if those people are still opposed to the project or if they were opposed to the original multifamily. So as stated in the report, this is in the Gateway character area, and that does ask for a blend of uses, which the applicant has now provided. And the applicant has worked with staff and the community over 14 months to make major revisions to this plan. So at this time, for the reasons set forth in the staff report, staff does recommend a motion to recommend approval to the Town Council with the conditions outlined in the staff report. As mentioned, the applicant has a presentation as well, but I'm available for questions at this time or after the applicant's presentation.
All right, thank you, Ava. Does anyone have any questions at this time? Yes, Commissioner Gage.
So are you suggesting they might come back and rezone again when the mixed-use zoning has been approved and added to the code?
That is a discussion we had. Of course, we don't know if the mixed-use zoning will be added to the code. That's still under consideration. But the applicant, when they brought this forward, we did test it against our mixed use code, and the applicant did state that their goal would be to have that paseo with commercial uses on both sides. And originally they had looked, and if you look at the image that's up on the screen right now, they were originally going to do the zoning running through that building. So that's why above the yellow, that's multifamily, you could see some orange. That was the original proposal, and staff said that we do not want zoning running through buildings. So that's why the zoning was moved to the middle of the street. But should we allow mixed use, that was what they wished to do. We just couldn't find a way to make that work with our current limited zoning categories.
Okay, thank you.
You're
Appreciate
welcome.
Any other questions at this time? Okay, thank you, Ava. We may have some more for you after, but we'll invite the applicant up to do a presentation as well.
Certainly. Thank you, Chairman.
Chair, members of the commission, good evening. Brennan Ray, 1850 North Central, here on behalf of the applicant, Mill Creek Residential. We are certainly excited to discuss with you Madera Gilbert. As staff has indicated, there's been a lot of work that's gone into this over a long period of time. We have worked hand in glove with staff on the design of this to ensure that it not only meets the town standards, but is something that they can be supportive of. And we are grateful and thankful for their presentation and for their recommendation for approval. We believe that the plan that's before you today is significantly better than the one when we started back in October of 21, even in September when we started with our neighborhood outreach and doing the door-to-door stuff. It's certainly a plan that reflects a lot of the input and feedback that we've received as we've gone along the way from the neighbors. We always run into challenges with an infill development like this, and this is a broad aerial. You can see the site outlined there in light blue. It is one of the patches that's left to be developed on the patchwork quilt that is the Higley and Ray. Obviously, there's lots of great development that has occurred in there, and we're all very familiar with that development that's taken place there. And we've certainly tried to work hard to address the concerns that we reasonably could. I have a rather lengthy presentation, most of which has been covered by staff in the thoroughness of their report and their presentation. And so with that, I want to focus primarily on the neighborhood outreach that we've done and kind of walk you through that. And if I need to go into additional details about the development, we can certainly do that. But as you see on this slide, we started the neighborhood outreach going door to door. In particular, we were concerned about the Lionsgate community that borders us to our west and to our south. There was a neighborhood meeting, a virtual neighborhood meeting that was conducted back in October of 21, and this was the plan that was presented to them. It was a plan that, as staff indicated, was entirely multifamily. The site that we were talking then was about 12 acres and was a combination of flats and townhomes. We did obviously receive a lot of feedback, and we did have a second neighborhood meeting in February of this year, and that one was virtual as well. And you can see we had 78 people at the first one, approximately 37 at the next one. And this is the plan that was presented during that February neighborhood meeting. And it reflects a lot of work and input that we received from those neighbors. You can see that we changed things around because we heard there was some concern about the loss of commercial. And so while it's not a 15-acre commercial site, we did add about 18,000 square feet of ground floor retail. We did reconfigure it with the Paseo. On the multifamily side, we had a total of, they were 4-story buildings, and you can see they stepped down to 3-story buildings, again, trying to reflect some of the sensitivity. At that time, we had approximately 308 units, residential units that were proposed for the entire site. We had a third neighborhood meeting, and as this group is well aware, usually you only have a neighborhood meeting before you file a pre-application. and then you go through and filing an application. Yet along the entire way, the staff indicated neighborhood outreach has been important to us. And so at this third neighborhood meeting, which was summertime, we did have 12 people in attendance and presented the plan that is before you today. And I think it's important to note as we look at the progress of these plans, and you may agree, disagree, but we think based on the feedback that we've received, it's a much better plan that was presented back in June, and that's to you today. We've done a number of things, as you can see through that, including reducing the number of units from 308 to 274. You can see that the building heights have gone down from 4-story buildings down to 3-story buildings. We still have 4-story out along Ray Road. You can see that we've significantly increased the setbacks and tried to internalize open space and the amenities that are there. The distance on the south, which is Dublin, is approximately 183 feet, so almost 2/3 of a football field length away from the center of Dublin. From Banning, again, we're about 125 feet from the center line of Banning. And so we think, again, as we've looked at it, work hand in glove with staff, we do have a better plan that is before you. We will be making our half-street improvements to Banning and to Dublin as part of the process, which I know as it relates to traffic and concerns, we're going to do that. And again, I can go into detail about the deviations and everything that we're requesting. Just to staff's comment and to Commissioner Gage, your question about the mixed-use zoning district, if I didn't have contracts and time didn't require a lot of us, I'm sure we'd wait to see where this mixed-use zoning district would fall in the discussion. But because I don't control the timing of that, I know you guys are going to discuss it tonight in detail later on in your agenda. But it's interesting to note that when we look at this as compared to what is proposed, it's particularly the open space, because that is certainly something that is sensitive and important to the town. When we look at it and what we're providing, we not only do we exceed it on a combined site today under the current zoning that we're proposing, but even under the draft conditions, we exceed that with a total of 34% open space. And whether you look at it as a mixed use large or a mixed use regional, open space wise, we believe we're doing that. So with that, I've kind of run through things quickly. I can go into more detail if we need to. I have Tyler Wilson and Mark Sanford with Mill Creek Residential that are here should I not be able to answer any questions. But with that, we'd recommend approval of this exciting mixed-use development. Chair, I haven't had my stopwatch going, but I believe there are some neighbors that would wish to speak and would certainly reserve the opportunity to stand up after them and address any comments.
Very well. Thank you, sir. Okay. With that, we will open up the public comment, and I have a number of comment cards here. And so if anyone else did wish to speak, I just would also remind you that you need to fill out a comment card, and then you can bring it up, and then we'll get you up. All right, so the first, Anthony Lozano, he wishes to speak. He didn't say whether he was opposed, but I think based on the comment of water pump in Lionsgate cannot meet capacity, that he is opposed. So, Mr. Lozano, please come up, state your name, and then 3 minutes, please.
Thank you, sir. So the reason I didn't state whether I was opposed or in favor is because I come to just inform. I am a director on the Lionsgate Homeowners Association Board of Directors. One of the issues that was brought to our attention was we operate a water pump for the Lionsgate community as well as 3 other entities in the area. Our water pump is at capacity. We have the capacity of 2,000 gallons per minute, and we use all of that at regular intervals. We have to move watering cycles around just to be able to continue to use our pump. Now, it was asked before, I don't know what planning stage for this project to also be on that pump. I don't know if that's been addressed or not. I did not see anything in this agenda or anything there. But I think it's an important issue. You can't move in 270 something new families and expect the water to work for everyone there. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, sir. All right. Next up, Echo Love. She is opposed to this item and pours into Lionsgate and is too tall at 4 stories. Ms. Love, come up, state your name, and you will have 3 minutes. Thank you.
I am not that tall. Hello, I'm Echo Love. I have several comments that I would like to make. I am opposed. First off, starting with the dates, although we are appreciative that there were multiple neighborhood meetings, I would like to comment that at the first meeting, comments were cut off because they said there were time constraints. Many of us wanted to talk and were not given the opportunity. The second meeting that occurred in February was the same night as an existing neighborhood meeting, thus homeowners were forced to choose which neighborhood meeting they wanted to attend. I don't know that that was done deliberately, but that might be one of the reasons that there was a lower attendance at that meeting. They've asked for special permissions because they have changed the building heights and the setbacks, not in all buildings, but in some of them. I would like to point out that right now, if you stand at that intersection at Higley and Ray, on each corner, you already have massive apartments, hundreds and hundreds of apartments. If this building goes in and you stand in Ray Road, you will have the epicenter on one side and this building on the other side looking straight up. You will see 4 stories of buildings, and they're asking to bring them even closer by reducing that setback. I would also like to point out that I have significant concerns with the traffic there. Higley and Ray has nearly daily accidents, including several fatalities during the last year. The way that they have their map set up, you can exit left into the neighborhood to get out at the light that's been built. You can go straight across where you'll have to play Frogger to be able to turn left to get onto the 202, or you can turn right and exit through the car wash, in which choice there's no light. You'll have to go down to our neighborhood light to make a U-turn to get back to the 202. They're asking for 280 families to do that daily. In most cases, multiple times a day, which to me considers a significant concern. I would also like to point out that the nearest bus stop for that is just to the south of that, or I'm sorry, south of that property, which is our neighborhood park. At the neighborhood meetings, they've repeatedly told us that the apartment complex will be gated, thus they will not be using our park. But if the bus stop for them is literally at the park, I have a difficult time believing that they don't expect the kids to come and use our facilities, which our homeowners are already paying for. Last, I would like to point out that this was supposed to be a traditional area. That's why they've been asked to repeatedly change their plan. Yes, they have made changes, and I do feel like they have made improvements. However, they are still asking for 4-story apartments being set in the middle of a neighborhood where there's already apartments on the other 2 corners directly next to it. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Okay, and then last, I believe that Jim Parrott, yes, okay. He is opposed and he wishes to speak, and I'll just let you go. Please just state your name and then have 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. What is it? Chairperson and Chairman. My name is Jim Parrott. I live at 3115 East Franklin Avenue, and I do oppose this development for several reasons. Many of the young ladies stated already. Do you guys realize that we will be the only major intersection in the town of Gilbert with apartments on 3 corners? 3 corners. And the traffic from that is going to be, they did a traffic study, but those are all hypothetical. You really don't know until people are there and you see how much use the commercial is going to get, how many people are living in those apartments. Those are high-end apartments. I think their rents are $2,000, $2,500 up to $3,000 a month So there's just not going to be a single person usually living in those apartments. Sometimes it's going to be 6, sometimes 4, sometimes 2, just to make the rent. We've seen it at other apartments around the Gilbert area. So it's more cars. Williamsville High School is just down the road. Kids go to that convenience store, buy stuff, drink, stuff like that, walk along there, have to cross one of the out streets where they'll be able to use at this facility here. And when I went to one of the meetings, I asked a question about, so who did you try to get here commercial-wise, why you wanted to change it from commercial to mixed use? Or why can't we even do single-family homes like we have there already all the way, because we have some homes that are on Ray right there in the Lionsgate community. So why can't we do single-family homes? There's a lot of good builders here. I think we have one here tonight somewhere. But given all these things and the fact that the school bus stops there and offloads kids right there by where one of their exits is going to be, and the fact that we can't keep them out of our neighborhood if they want to walk their dogs and clean up the dog's mess, or keep them out of our parks if they want to go there, we just can't do that. So thank you for your time. That's all I wanted to say.
All right, thank you, sir. With that, is there anyone else that wishes to speak on this item this evening? Oh, if you'd like to speak, please you could grab one, or you can speak and fill it out after, and Ava can help you coordinate. Please just come down, state your name, and then you will have 3 minutes. Thank you.
My name's Lisa Ricci. I have a home in the Lionsgate community, 2972 East Franklin, very close to this new development. So I agree with a lot of the people. They already said traffic is very bad over there. With additional, 200 some families coming to the area, can only make it worse. So that's my only concern. And I'm hoping there's single families will be built over there. I think that was original designed for, right? There's some single families across streets surrounding that area. So I'm just hoping it will be single families. Thank you.
All right, thank you. If you'd like to speak, yes, sir, please. And then also just come up, state your name, and then if you could fill out a comment card so that we can keep it for the record.
David Sharp. I live in Lionsgate as well, just across the street. I'm not necessarily opposed to the retail and everything coming in. The height of the buildings, yeah, it'd be a lot. It would definitely obstruct the view, like the Epicenter right across the street. The traffic for me is the bigger concern, mostly because already there are a lot of accidents on the street, but turning south, the way that it's laid out, as they're forcing people to exit down Higley and turn right, there's already hard to see with the plants and things that are there in the median. And I appreciate that the developer has been listening and making adjustments. So it sounds like they're trying to, and maybe there's a way to make it work, but with the additional traffic flowing through there, I expect there will be a significant increase in accidents. That's all.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this item? Okay. Did the developer want to come up and go ahead, sir?
Chair, members of the commission, a couple of things with respect to the gentleman that, and I know it's not necessarily within the purview of the zoning, but there was a comment made about the water, and we know water is something an important resource in this area in the valley. The actual issue deals with reclaimed water, and there is an agreement that requires this site to use the same reclaimed water as the Lionsgate community. We understand that there are issues with that system. We are working with the town. Don't have an answer yet, but working with the town to understand if there's an opportunity for us to obtain reclaimed water from somewhere other than the Lionsgate community. So that is something that we know is out there. We don't have an answer. We don't have an answer for the HOA, but we are actively working on that. one of the common themes that I heard kind of dealt with traffic, and as we look at that, and as this body knows, this site is zoned shopping center today, so it is zoned for commercial, and we know the type of development that could go on a commercial center. But we did have our traffic engineer Jamie Blakeman with Lokai. She can speak if I completely butchered it, but as part of this process, we did submit a TIA. That was reviewed by the town's traffic engineering department to ensure that we had safe movements, to ensure that access was to be able to maintain itself, and that the levels of service would be consistent with what's in the area. And I know that at the intersection of Ray and Banning, and you can see very, very lightly at the top, there is a traffic signal. That traffic signal has been built at there. So that there is a signal. If I can point, I can't point, at any rate. It's in the upper left-hand corner of the screen. There's a traffic signal that went in there. And so that traffic signal there, and as this body knows, when we talk about a commercial development, there are multiple access points. The reason that I'm zoning the SC on Higley is not because it's any change. That SC zoning included within our case is to ensure that I have and maintain access, pedestrian and vehicular access to that commercial. And so those are existing curb cuts. That's an existing cut that's there today. That is an existing access point. Same thing along Ray Road. And so, but when we look at it and when we talk about trips and trips comparison, comparing a shopping center to this site, again, recognizing the current zoning, there's a substantial difference. As you may know, a shopping center of the scale of a 15-acre is going to generate significantly more trips. And trips are movements by vehicles, not numbers of vehicles, but trip is a movement. And as we look at it, there is an approximate 30% difference between what a shopping center would generate versus what this development would. And so we're not sitting here standing to say we're not going to have any increase in traffic because of development. Obviously, vacant dirt generates no traffic. Any development will generate more. But as we've gone through the process, as we've worked through the town's transportation group and engineering, I think that they're confident and have signed off on that traffic report. So I'm sure there may be things I could have missed. If there is, by all means, please let me know. But again, we are excited to be here tonight and to present this to you.
All right, thank you, sir. Does anyone have any questions for the applicant? Yes, Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Vice Chairman. It's not a question. I actually want to thank the applicant and the staff for diligence in trying to work out a solution, working to change the design, the concept. It's too bad that kind of process did not obtain in other situations we've discussed tonight. But I think that's a good model for reviewing the issue and coming to some kind of a conclusion. So I want to thank both parties for their working together through a process of alternative concepts and applications. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Commissioner Bianchi.
Thank you, Chair. So, Mr. Ray, so I'm looking at the 4 stories that you've got up against Ray, and you're looking at that. Did you look at that from a 3-story perspective, or is it because of that retaining that commercial or that retail on the bottom, you had to go 4-story on that? Or I'm just looking at the overall density and unit counts.
Yeah, through the chair, Commissioner Bianchi, yes, because of the need to provide the ground floor retail, which is something that we heard the residents wanted. They wanted services. We heard, and I talked to a number of neighbors as we went through the process, that you try to go eating at Santan and you're waiting forever. And we saw that that there is a huge demand for, at Epicenter, and obviously Joe Johnston has done a great job with Agritopia. And so we think that there's a need for it, and we've heard, and I think we heard tonight, that there are people that are excited about that because it does provide kind of more destination type retail that isn't a drive-through, that doesn't have a pad for people to be able to come and use in the neighborhood. As you can tell on the site plan, we've tried to create it and make it very walkable and a place. We've got a little pocket park in the northeast side of that site. And so we've really tried to make it a vibrant, exciting development that people will come to, that frankly, from my perspective, people have grown to expect in the area with Agritopia and Epicenter and stuff like that.
And final follow-up question is, so there is going to be underground parking for all 3 buildings to address the parking? Is that correct on the commercial near Ray?
Through the chair, Commissioner Bianchi, yes. Under those 4-story commercial buildings along Ray, there is underground parking beneath there. There is 78 parking spaces that run the length of those commercial buildings in an east-west fashion. The entrance and exit you can see is on the east side of that building, is where that is. From a parking code standpoint, I know that overall, when you look at everything combined, we're to provide 653 spaces, and we're actually exceeding that, providing 660 parking spaces.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions? Okay, I don't see any. Thank you, sir. With that, we will close the public comment, unless staff has anything else they'd like to add.
Chair, not at this time.
Very well. All right, we'll close the public comment and bring it up to the dais for discussion. If anybody would like to start, please feel free, or else I could entertain a motion or discussion.
I think I can lead off, if you don't mind. Thank you, Chair. I guess originally when we first saw this, we had a ton of concern. We had a lot of concerns. I know I did, especially the first time we saw this. I think a lot of the concerns have been addressed through the revisions in the process. I think the applicant is there. What I'm still struggling with, some of it came up tonight with some of the comments, is for me, it's the unit count and the density. I'm still struggling with that higher unit count. It's still within the allowed zoning density, but for me, it's still a little high that I'm just not comfortable with. That's really my only hesitation. I think there's a solution in here, but I'm just not sure. I'm still struggling with the unit count. I don't know if anybody else is.
Anyone else would like to comment or discuss?
I agree with the other commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Any other discussion? Yes, Commissioner Gage.
Is it possible that the retail under the multifamily buildings won't pan out and those would be turned into more multifamily units?
From what I understand, I don't believe so, but if the staff would like to answer that, or...
Chairman, Commissioner Gage, the intent is not to have those as multifamily. They would have to come back and amend it if they wish to go to that. But this is a site plan that would be approved with the PAD.
Commissioner Davis?
I guess I'll just weigh in on the unit count. It doesn't bother me as much because of the fact that you've got that commercial component. I feel like you need to have, there's a lot of that in this area. In order for that commercial to be successful, we need people to go to these commercial businesses and support it. So it is somewhat established in the area with, I understand that it's on all the corners. I do appreciate that they moved the 4 stories up along Ray and that they lowered the buildings that are closest to the neighborhood. But they do have quite a buffer from the 3-story to the home. So I guess the unit count's not bothering me as much.
Okay, thank you. All right. Well, I'll entertain a motion then if there is one way or the other. All right, we have a motion on the table from Commissioner Johnson.
Second.
And second from Commissioner Anderson.
I'm sorry, we couldn't hear the motion. Could that
Oh,
please be repeated?
I'm sorry. Commissioner Johnson, could you try to speak into the microphone, sir?
Have my mic on. I move to approve Z22-13 mixed-use zoning district for Moderna area.
Okay, we have a motion from Commissioner Johnson.
Chairman, may I ask for an amendment to that? I believe you said 12. You mean 12. I think you said 13.
I thought you said 17, right?
Sorry.
Yeah, 17 Modera.
Okay.
Culpa Mea.
Which is the 2212.
Z2212. Okay, amendment noted. And then second is still, yeah, okay. Second is still Commissioner Anderson. Is there any discussion? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Nay. Soft nay.
Nay.
That counts.
Okay. I believe that's, do we need to do a,
I believe that passed 6-1 with
Yes.
Commissioner Bianchi at dissent.
that's correct, okay.
Thank you, Chairman.
No. Okay, next up on the agenda, before we go into the next one, since I have a feeling it may take a bit, is there any other bottles of water, or could I fill it somewhere? I'll be right back. I know there's a fountain at the thing next door. Please hold. Since it's getting late, let's just take a 5-minute break for everyone, and then, yeah. I shouldn't have been so selfish. I apologize.
Yeah, I'm trying to think when it is scheduled. I'd have to check. I think it's scheduled in December, but if you email me tomorrow, I'll let you know.
Oh, sorry, I'm in your way. No worries. I just got assigned the project. What can I do for you? Yes. I'll read about that one tomorrow. I know, but you owe me DR comments, and then you guys are meeting next week. So are we talking about you're talking about Madera Park in particular? For the DR? Yeah. I got assigned a day ago, so I got it. Then I think next week, the 7th, we're meeting on that. We're meeting that night. 7th, I think we're meeting internally, and then we've got a meeting with you. So, yeah. Awesome. No, truthfully, because I might go back and get my water bottle. I don't have a sweater. Yeah. Oh, you're blank. I don't have a blanket. I always think you have your sweater. Yeah, I forget it's a blanket. That'd be great if I go and like wrap it around.
serving water, but it feels so good.
I need to get on this. Really want to get a copy. Is Elena? Okay. This book, I would love to find a copy. Yeah.
Gift it to your.
Oh, I'm sure she has a copy. Angel's like all out. Like, no more.
I don't think anybody will stay on the but there are speaking on the mixed use, on the multi-family
Deep breath. Oh my God.
He responded.
I may not.
I mean, half hot water. Yes. I don't think I'd be able to drink it, but. I don't apologize. What there is a. I would love to. Yeah. It's like a subconscious thing, but. Love it. Yeah.
Yeah, well, reach out. I'd love to chat with you for a while. Good to see you.
Good to see you. What am I helping in? I just quit. I don't know. I think that's it. Yeah, no, I think that's the last item before yours. Oh, you're great. Yeah, I think I had at the end got comments from 33 or 44. I can't remember. 33 folks. Plus 4 more. 5 more. I got an email since we've been in here, so the printing of the record, but. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's interesting too to like. It just, I guess, shows like discontent things are going, or community, or, you know. Yeah. Well, it's not a bad thing, you know. I think the more people participate, like the more we understand what our community wants.
All right, if everyone's ready, we can get started. I didn't bring my sleeping bag, so. Okay, we'll call this meeting back to order. And next item up on the agenda, number 21, GP 22-09 Stillwater Rivulon, and I don't know, are we doing the Z22 at the same time? All right, and then also item number 22, Z22-07 Stillwater Rivulon, and I believe it's Ashley. Go ahead.
Chair, I'm going to recuse myself.
Thank you, Commissioner Blazer.
All right, thank you, Chairman. For the record, Ashley McDonald, Principal Planner. I am presenting tonight on GP 2209 and Z2207. This is the Stillwater Rivulon project. It's located just south of the item that you heard at study session today. So it's located south of Power Road. It doesn't directly front Pecos Road. It doesn't directly front Pecos Road, and it's located west of Lindsay Road. The property is adjacent to Rivulon Boulevard to the south, and not depicted on this map, La Arbolita to the east is under construction and will also serve as an access point for this particular development. So the site is currently zoned business park. It's part of the larger Rivulon master plan development, so it is currently controlled by a planned area development on site, and the applicant is seeking to amend that PAD. So the ordinance and conditions that you see in your staff report are a little bit unique because those conditions exist as part of the Rivulon PAD today. It has been amended over time a couple of times, and so there are some deletions that have occurred in the past that are still reflected in the staff report just as a deleted item. So I wanted to explain that first. And then there are just a couple of amendments to those conditions as we go through, and those are in all caps in your staff report. So everything else exists today in terms of the conditions for Rivulon. The site is located adjacent to the Rivulon Commons development to the west. To the east is undeveloped, and there is currently no master plan proposed for the property to the east that's been submitted to the town. We heard earlier today the study session for the Rivulon Commons Building E, which would be directly north of this property, just for some context in the area. In terms of the zoning, the applicant is proposing a general plan amendment and rezoning on this subject site. It's 10.31 acres as part of that larger 280-acre master plan development. The general plan today is general office, which allows for a variety of office and employment type uses, and they are seeking to change that to residential 25 to 50 dwelling units per acre. In addition, they are processing a rezoning application with a PAD amendment that would change the property from business park to multifamily high. Density ranges in multifamily high are consistent with the requested general plan designation of 25 to 50 dwelling units per acre. The applicant is proposing just two primary deviation requests as part of this. The first is maximum height. The multifamily zoning district allows for 55 feet in height. The applicant is proposing an increase in that by 10 feet to allow for 65 feet in height. I think it's important to note that this property is located within a vertical development overlay district. It's within Area 5, which allows for increased height up to 90 feet. That increased height up to 90 feet is permitted for our regional commercial, general office, and business park zoning districts. And the multifamily high is not afforded by right an increase in the height. But the reason I think it's important to point this out is for context of the area, 65 feet in height is pretty consistent with what we would expect to see in the Rivulon development. I also just took note earlier today, because I think it came up at study session, what some of the other building heights in the area were. The Rivulon Lakes, maybe I'll go back to my aerial for just a moment. So the Rivulon Lakes building, which is not yet built, but it's located on the south side of Rivulon Boulevard east of Allen Avenue, was approved at a height of 71 feet. The office complex just north of the 202 in that business park, the purple area of the map, was approved at 72 feet. And then the what I think people are most familiar with occupying the space, the Isogenics building, is 67 feet. So although those aren't necessarily right next to this property, we do expect those taller heights within this development. At the study session, there was a deviation request as well for the side landscape setback to reduce it from 10 feet to 8 feet. The applicant has modified their plan, and that deviation request is no longer being made as part of this application. They will comply with the standard. And if you remember, last month we continued this item so the applicant could revisit their open space, their common open space requirement. Multifamily high does require 40% common open space within the development, and the applicant, as part of their proposal, is requesting a modification to reduce that to 30%. Staff views this whole Rivulon development as a large master plan development, and so I started to look at some of the developments that surrounded this, and if you look at it as a whole, does it comply? Does it meet the intent of that common open space? And what I found was the surrounding Rivulon Commons, which is the most proximate to this development, far exceeded the open space requirement. And so I think this really comes out to a whole, I guess, in terms of that request to deviate from the standard. There are specific numbers in your staff report, so I won't go over those because I know you've had an opportunity to take a look at them. And then I will point out there are some existing parking standards that exist for the Rivulon development, and the applicant would like these to apply to the multifamily high designation as well. As part of the request, they're also seeking approval of the development plan. You saw the design review and study session last month, but just to reiterate some of the, features of this site, there is a number of connection points to the surrounding properties, which is one of the reasons that staff is comfortable with the open space deviation. There's multiple connections to the open space to the north as part of the Rivulon Commons, as well as to the west. There are sidewalk connections through the site to La Arbolita for future development that may occur to the east and development that may occur to the south as well. They are proposing a single building at the center of the site with a garage building just north of that as well. The applicant held a neighborhood meeting on March 28th of 2022. There were no attendees outside of town staff and the development team. However, since that time, we have had 33 comments from the public in opposition that were provided in the Planning Commission staff report. We have 4 additional letters in opposition that were provided to you on the dais tonight, but I will read those names into the record. We have one from Lanny Hill, another from Lori Woodward, Barbara Decker, and Krista DeRowan Slatina. And then I received an email this afternoon that I didn't see until we were in this meeting today that I will just read her name into the record as opposed to this as well. And that is Nikel Nielsen. We have also received 2 letters in support. Those are provided in your report, as well as a letter of support from the Chamber of Commerce. Staff does recommend approval of both the general plan amendment and the rezoning request with conditions A through I. I am happy to answer any questions that you may have, and the applicant is here to give a presentation as well.
All right, thank you, Ashley. Does anyone have any questions they would like to ask Ashley at this time? Okay, thank you. We'll let you know if we need you again.
Good afternoon, evening, almost morning now. Adam Baugh, 25 East Arizona, Biltmore Circle. When Nationwide started to set out and create this project, it required a lot of effort. A number of individual parcels scattered throughout this area that required a series of subsequent purchases and create an assemblage. Nationwide had a vision. They had been successful creating the Arena District in Columbus, Grandview, Gainey Ranch in Scottsdale. They know how to build master plan employment parks. And they knew the effort that it was going to take to get to this point. And at the time, they always expected to have a variety of uses. But they didn't know precisely where those uses would be or in what form or manner or when the market would need it. So they simply put a BP category across the entire site because this is an employment park and that's who they are and what they build. Knowing full well that eventually they would make adjustments as they built out the park heading eastward. Rivalon is a master plan employment park, but even all good employment parks like Gainey Ranch, Cavazon and Scottsdale, the Arena District, and Grandview all require supporting elements to make them successful. And that's what this case is about today. Nationwide has more than $2 billion in real estate investments. They know how to deliver home run product. In this case, what's unique about this development is what it is not. It's not a multifamily development along an arterial street. It's not a development that is intended to capture drive-by visitors. This is very intentional and strategic, located in the center of the project because it's intended to serve the project itself. It's intended to locate off of its main spine and its pedestrian connectivity on its backside, precisely because employers want their employees to be able to live proximate to the site and to be able to walk in easy access to their locations. What's interesting is if you were to build this independent of Rivalon, you would be putting this at the corner of the arterial intersection. You'd be putting it along Pecos Road. They've done the exact opposite. They have you heard on the agenda today at the 5 o'clock study session, a brand new office building that they're building on the north side of it. You wouldn't do that if you weren't intending to create something that can support the park for which it's located. And that exhibit there just kind of helps you see how those two all work together. And that pedestrian spine that runs behind the multifamily, but through the middle of these buildings is very intentional and eventually will lead towards Lindsay Road. And we'll be back again with a plan and a proposal for the east side closer to Lindsay Road when we get further down that road. I suspect it will include more retail opportunities, probably some office, maybe some entertainment, and maybe some even additional residential. We just know that these components all work well together over 300 acres of a master plan employment park. The thing about Rivalon, though, is when you can attract great use tenants like Deloitte and Isogenics and Morgan Stanley, they still hear that for them to expand or to attract others, there needs to be some supporting residential uses in proximity to it. And that's one of the ways that you create this dynamic type of development. You still have to have those well-balanced uses to make it sustainable long-term. So what we're proposing is a development that is very thoughtful. And the reason why we're asking for the heights we are isn't because we're trying to spread out and absorb up the land base for employment. We still want that employment to occur. By going a little bit more vertical, we can actually still preserve the intent of what this area was intended for. So as a result, the heights that we're asking for still are generally consistent with what you would expect to see in the vertical height overlay that's on this property today. And because they're set back 680 feet from Pecos Road, you can see the wisdom of doing that here in the center as opposed to a street and closer to residential houses. This project is not fenced, it's not gated, which is very unique for multifamily development where they typically want to have that type of privacy. We're the exact opposite. We're trying to embrace and work with the balance of the employment park, and putting up walls and barriers is the opposite of what we're trying to accomplish. And that's why we have things like shared parking. So when the office use is in demand, and when they're not in demand, it is the right time in the evening when our residents can park there. So that co-location of what is otherwise empty spaces from 5 o'clock on serves the best benefit because it is optimizing that use and reducing the amount of asphalt that would otherwise be required. And ultimately, what we've done, while we are asking for a small deviation on the open space amenity, we've actually increased the amount of private open space. And we've learned that because the type of demographic they're trying to attract here to support the employment park typically want private spaces. So that's why you see us having substantially way more private open space than you would normally expect in a development. couple renderings that kind of help illustrate the type of high quality imagery that we think aligns with the quality of the employment that's already in this area here today. This is the view from Arboleda looking south westerly. You can kind of see the pedestrian trail on the left side, right side of that page, and the edge of the office building there as well. So some of the benefits that come along with this is the things that you would expect to see. They're just more in a premium nature. But co-working space is a valuable thing, because even when you have great employers like Deloitte, where at some point they had to do a work from home, creating that type of co-working space inside of here allows folks to still do their role in their jobs nearby. Outdoor sky lounge on the top level helps create a different type of feeling and amenity that you wouldn't normally get in the other types of multifamily developments. At the end of the day, this is necessary for Rivillon to be successful. It's necessary to continue to support the users that are there, but more importantly, to attract the types of employers that they're designing the rest of the park for. We know that loud and clear because we've been able to speak with them. These are the letters that have been provided by some of the employers right there in the immediate area, including Deloitte. And why would the Chamber of Commerce be willing to support something like this in an employment park? It's because they see the value and the vision of how these uses all work together in one singular project. So with that idea, I think we can recap it, but essentially this small 6-7 acre site still meets the intent of what is supposed to be a strong mixed-use master plan community. That's why Gainey Ranch is still so popular and successful after the many years it's been built. Cavasson in the same way. So we think we are wise in making our site small and considerate to the long-term uses in the area, but enough to continue to maintain our vibrancy and attract the rest of the employers that we hope to build out for the rest of the site. That is a long but also important presentation. With me today is Nationwide, if you have any specific questions, as well as the design team that's behind it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, with that, does anyone have any questions for Mr. Baugh at this time? Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. As a master plan development, Rivillon impresses me, especially the location. And this is maybe speculative, what do you expect the time frame for the build out of the other parcels? There's a lot of open, land there, and what's the relationship to potential build out to this type of use?
I know when I don't want to fake my way through a question like that, but Jim Ross from Nationwide can.
Thanks, Commissioner Johnson, Chairman. My name is Jim Ross. I'm with Nationwide Realty Investors. First of all, it's important to understand that Nationwide Realty Investors and Nationwide view all of our developments for the long term. We aren't merchant builders, developers. We see this as a long-term development. And when you tackle a project of this scale, it's always about the market and what the market absorption is going to be. So it's not, I don't want to evade your question, but it's a little hard to predict how long it'll take because the market is going to really inform us. We're out there trying to attract, we see this, we're aligned with the town of Gilbert's goal for this development in that we want it to be an employment park. And we see, and we've come a long way in terms of that employment. We have a long way to go. We're less than a third of the way through the employment objectives for this site. So it'll be a while yet before we can get to the final realization of the development. And I think that one of the things that will help us with that momentum is to create amenities in the development that are going to help us attract those businesses. And this is one of those amenities.
Thank you.
All right, anybody else? Commissioner Bianchi.
Thanks, Chairman. So Adam, can you kind of explain what the rationale is for this multifamily not being more toward the center of the development or more toward the current office and commercial amenities?
Yeah, I think we want to put this in the right spot without sacrificing the premium nature of the other parcels for the future. So the ability to be viewed from the 202 freeway with some of those parcels there, it didn't really make a lot of sense to put this over there when those are premium pieces. It's also important that we connect to that spine, that residential pathway that's behind us and that green belt that runs behind us. If we're trying to create pedestrian movements, it has to happen in a natural way where people would move and walk through those patterns. So that spine is probably more critical to the location of the multifamily than other points.
Any other questions? Okay, with that, we will move into the public comment. I'll read off the ones first from individuals who said they did not wish to speak. If I read your name and you do wish to speak, please do let me know. This is from Lonnie Hill. She is opposed to this item and does not wish to speak, but I believe her email was one of the ones within the packet that we did get. Rihanna Carden, opposed, does not wish to speak. Comments are traffic, culture of city being overrun by apartments in this area. Sakura Flowers is opposed, does not wish to speak. Opposed to the height change and change to residential. J.C. Luce, opposed to the item. And you do wish to speak. Okay. And then Lisa Ritchie. Lisa Ritchie is opposed to the item. Too much traffic in the area. Thomas Gondera, opposed, does not wish to speak. And Elizabeth Gondera, opposed, does not wish to speak. Okay. So then with that, J.C. Luce, if you wish to speak, please come up and state your name and have 3 minutes.
It's Joyce Luce.
Apologies.
You may have briefly seen, but I'm a resident, and there's about 8 of us that have lived on our properties from 20 to 50 years. So we really aren't planning to leave, even though Nationwide would like us to. So my question here regarding this is normally when you have rural areas, there's a little bit more buffer when there's a big complex or multifamily complex going in. And I was a little, it's fairly a decent size, but it could be more. And the fact that it doesn't have walls or anything like that, and it's encouraging the people, and I can understand why you want it, to have a place to go walk, but it's through our properties, our area, which our street is 142nd Street, but it probably will be an extension of La Arboleda. So right now, they've been putting Rivulon Boulevard in and all of that. So we are all amazed in that area because when we moved out there in 1980, we were in the county and it was employment district. Gilbert continued to covet that area and plan to have it be employment district. So our mindset was not to have neighbors and apartments in that area. It wasn't something that Gilbert ever wanted back a few years ago. So we were very surprised when this came in. Probably the reason nobody went to the neighborhood meeting is none of us were notified. Supposedly we don't live close enough to it, even though we're less than 1,000 feet from it. But it's 300 feet that they notify. Because of all of the construction, any signage that went up was on streets that weren't even open anymore we couldn't drive on. So the signage for this meeting went around, and it's on the perimeter roads of Lindsay and Pecos Road. But we didn't see any signs that there was anything going on there. So I wanted to make you aware of that. And seems like, the vertical overlay, unless that has changed, but when that first went through, it went from the 202 to Lexington, which has become Rivulon Boulevard. This project is north of that. Now, maybe they've changed it, but that's where the boundary was, and we always felt like our property was probably worth more because we were in the overlay district, but the overlay district didn't go on the other side of Rivulon Boulevard. So that's what I wanted to tell you.
Thank you, Joyce. Okay, next up is it David Rigsby? Okay, David Rigsby is opposed and wishes to speak.
All right. Well, thank you for Commission for being here and giving us your time and putting your time and effort into helping us be the best community we can be. I'm going to just put a little timer on here, but we just witnessed earlier today a community that recognized far too late that the zoning laws weren't in their favor. They came in here, they made their arguments. It was about not even an issue that was on the agenda. And they recognized far too late that because those zoning laws were there, and Arizona is a state where someone has the right to do what they want on their property if it's zoned as such. Many of you were on the committee and advisory panel, and some of even the attorneys that are here were on that panel that made the general plan in 2020. That general plan has this area slated as general office. It doesn't have it as high density residential. It doesn't have this set out for that. Many people bought in this area knowing these things, knowing that this general plan, which was voted on by the citizens in this community to be and promote a certain lifestyle. We're at a battleground point where if that zoning is changed, then that protection is lost. That zoning change isn't something that's light or casual. That general plan isn't something that just should be dismissed. This request by the attorneys at Nationwide, who is not on your side. Nationwide is anything but on your side. They are on their side. I lived in that community until they developed and hard-pressed people to have to move out. They're forcing people out. They're developing this. Adam Boss states, Nationwide had a vision. So did the city of Gilbert. So did those residents in Gilbert. They had a vision of what they wanted. We're letting an Ohio-based company come in and muscle out residents. I'm imploring you as planning commissioners, don't let somebody for profit muscle out residents. Change the fabric of what our community is by adding high density. We don't want it. Nobody wants it. To say that that's in the center so that they don't have to leave or go out, that's ridiculous. Are they going to get everything that they need in that area? No, they're going to use the same schools, the water, the police forces, the hospitals. I work in the emergency room, and anytime a high density unit goes up, utilization of the emergency room goes up. In their report, 3 different situations, they say that we don't expect this to have an effect on infrastructure. That's ridiculous. How can adding 353 households to an area not have an effect on infrastructure? The Allen Ranch community, which I live in, has 340 households. We're going to add in a fraction of the space that many households. This is something that I can't for the life of me, and I've requested multiple times from the planning department an explanation of why this is something that they want to promote. And I haven't got a response back. And in the literature for Gilbert's planning commissions, it says communities can be involved and are entitled to receive information on why something is happening. This is something that is unsupported. Our Gilbert planner himself said this, and I'll end with this. When he was touting the exchange built at Lindsay, this project will bring relief to the overburdened Gilbert Road and Val Vista Drive interchange. That's our city manager. How can we then add this much more to an overburdened area? It's inappropriate. It's not what the citizens want. These investors right here who do not live in our area want this, not the community. You'll find no one in the community that supports this.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Next we have Brett Ryan. Opposed, wishes to speak. Height being asked for as increased height is too high and the rezoning is not something the neighbors like. Mr. Ryan, please state your name and then you have 3 minutes, sir.
Good evening. My name is Brett Ryan. I live in Jake's Ranch. And you're totally right about there's a hole in the code. And lots like this, where there's no residence, there's no HOA in the certain distance around, there is no notification. And we need to look at that seriously because that's happened quite a bit on parcels like this. To Commissioner Johnson's point, and it's been overused tonight, but it was in my notes, so I'm going to use it. They're shoehorning this on this site. And the reason why they're asking for reduced square footage and landscape, and I know the setback seems to be back to what it should be, is because they're trying to put a bunch on a small lot. I was looking at the current real estate market. 27% of all homes are multifamily in this town that I grew up in, that I went to Gilbert High in. And it's getting out of control. Every case here tonight has multifamily unit to it. This is one we can stop. I know Nationwide, they do great work, but no offense, Gaining Ranch doesn't have 5 stories and isn't 65 foot tall, believe me. We need to put a foot down. I was here a month ago. I said the same thing to the board that was here. It's time to take a step back and to say, what's going on here? Because we only have 88,000 homes. 27% of them now are multifamily. This is not the spot for it. As I said before, I walk through this all the time. It's a beautiful place. The buildings are awesome. This building is not that. The elevations are terrible. The density is terrible. And the height adjustment that they're asking for, and I did a site section from the 688 feet from the front door to the homes north of Pecos. You can look down over the building E that they're proposing right over the top from the 4th floor and the 5th floor, and you can still see down into those $1 million homes that are there. We got to stop. We got to take a step back. Sorry, I get a little passionate. Where am I at? I know that people think this could be a live-work situation. Realistically, that works when you have it on the same property. They're trying to borrow parking to make this happen because they don't have enough in the 10 acres to make it happen. Again, they're shoehorning it in on there. We need to take a stop and we need to take a look at it and just say this isn't the place for a multifamily. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, next I have Trent Grossarth. Is that right? Okay. Opposed and wishes to speak. Please just state your name for the record, and then you'll have 3 minutes.
Very impressive, Chair. Most people struggle with that last name, so thank you. My name is Trent Grossarth, and I've been a resident of Gilbert for about 18 years now. And I appreciate the map. I live in the community just north of Rivulon, the Vintage Ranch community. And I really do appreciate the opportunity to share a little bit of my observations about this zoning change. And definitely have spoken to many of my neighbors and are opposed to that. So if you think about this area north of the 202, if we were to look at a map and what happens as you go up Lindsay and up Gilbert, you will see residential homes that are SF10 or larger. Many are 43. And that goes on for a couple of miles. And same is true for the commercial properties are there. Very spacious, very open, low density. This region was designed for low density. In fact, maybe some of you are involved, but your predecessors, they set forth a vision and a plan for low density. This was low density. And the Rivulon project, I think, is beautiful. It's still low density. It is not high density. And I think as a commission, you guys have the privilege to continue on with that vision that was set forth before. The privilege to set a vision and leave a legacy of this area is a low density area. There's no purpose for high density. There's nothing in the area that draws high density. These employers that come to this area, they're high paying employers, people who look for a single family home. Yes, maybe they'll have some individuals who look for an apartment, but they don't want to live next to their work. Trust me, I work in this environment. People do not want to live next to their work. We are not a community of people walk to work. That's not us. That's New York City. That's San Francisco. So I think there's very little argument that holds to this. So we would please, Commission, as many of other people have expressed, this is a time to kind of set things straight. As we've reviewed, high density is not the right place. If you so feel that high density is necessary, then please do not accept any of the deviations that have been laid forth. They can do better. They have the room to do better. They have the means to do better. And that would be our request. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I have Adam Baugh is in favor and wishes to speak. Did you want to speak during this, or was? Did you actually write that, or was that okay? Okay, put that in the record then. I have Mark Borns is opposed to the item and wish to speak.
Hello, I'm Mark Borns. I live southwest of the Lindsay and Pecos intersection in that little agricultural area down there. I think the opposition has been articulated very well here, so I'm not going to add to that. I have to make one comment. I mean, this meeting is like drilling with no Novocaine. This goes on and on and on. So I'm going to make it really brief, and that is that if you look at the Rivulon Boulevard that is under construction right there, and it's north of where I live, and of course it's on the south side of where they're proposing to build this complex. We have a community well right there on that northeast corner that services our community, and that well is unprotected. Well, it's been unprotected I've been there for over 30 years, and mostly it's because the ambiance was fields, cotton, alfalfa, you name it. So now it's being built up, and the proposition is high density. I have a lot of concerns about that well that services everybody in our community. I raised this to Nationwide approximately a week and a half ago, and they kind of shined it on, didn't give me an answer on it. Along to the west of that community well on Rivulon Boulevard, the family that owns that property is sitting right here with me. and they built that Rivulon Boulevard, and it borders right on their property. No fence, nothing to protect a vehicle from driving off that road, no sidewalk, it's just a curb. So a vehicle could drive off that road, impact our well, or impact their property, and we have no way to guard it unless we go to the expense of building all this ourselves. So I don't know that we could stop progress, but my position is that I think it would behoove Nationwide to, in the very least, give us some assurance and help secure what we have left there so that we can protect our interests there. Anyways, that's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Bob Rise. Guess Bob couldn't deal with the Novocaine. All right, he had questions regarding parking and minimizing parking requirements, sized, etc. Jeff Wimmer. He is opposed and wishes to speak. Please come up, state your name, and have 3 minutes, sir.
Commissioner, my name is Jeff Wimmer. I live just northwest of here, 3125 South Birch Street. I've been a resident in the town for 20 years, and I've seen a lot of changes in Gilbert. I personally, overall, like most of the Rivulon development, but to go on what Bob and I spoke briefly before the meeting, and some of that issue has been brought up already as far as the site does not have adequate parking for itself. So it's working with some of the neighboring business parking there to utilize their parking, and I understand that. Bob's concern was simply that, is there a permanent cross-access, cross-parking agreement that would go with that would go with the deed in the long term, or would that simply be just a businessman agreement? And that's a concern that we would like to make sure is that that type of parking would be long-term in place. There's a lot of good points been made tonight. Couple of them that I just wanted to bring up is I know that the entire development is business park zoned. However, the current use directly south and adjacent to this property is low density residential. And in my experience in working with the town previously, the town generally puts in a buffer zone of use between high density and low density residential. And that is not something that the town is applying at this development this time. And it's unfortunate to see that, because that's a standard for any city, is that they provide a buffer zone of high density, low density residential. And I would like to see that. I'd like to see that apartment complex in this development, but not right next to the low density residential. It doesn't fit. And then just last point is, as far as notifications, Rivulon, this is a change to the PAD, a master plan development. And to my knowledge, that notification, if we're changing the entire development, a piece of an entire development, that notification should occur to everybody within 300 feet of the entire development, not just the individual property. And I don't believe that happened in this case. I appreciate your consideration of these things and your support. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next up, God, I'm going to kill this one. Regina Grosshuth. Okay. She has opposed. How will the developer tax incentive, how will given the developer's tax incentive be given to the developer be reimbursed if changed. So I think she had a question on if there were tax incentives the developer had gotten, and is that going to be changed in some fashion? Melissa Perkins. She's opposed, wishes to speak. Comments, no more apartments. Please come forward, state your name for the record, and he'll have 3 minutes.
Thanks for staying here so late. I feel like we could all be home watching a Hallmark movie because this is exactly what the Hallmark movies are made of. These really evil real estate developers who don't know their community, who don't know that both Perry and Campo are adjacent to the Gilmore, which is not this one. But they also don't realize that right north of here is, again, low density. So asking for high-rise apartments and exceptions to those, that doesn't go with our master plan. That doesn't go with what the people of Gilbert want. And it is a little concerning to all of us, who several of us have mentioned, and it's not probably the Planning Commission's purview. It's probably a state of Arizona situation. But the notification, the lack of notification, that sign for this meeting is hiding. Seriously, we had to go searching for it. It definitely applies to all of us, but we had to go searching for it. And the number of people who commented is not accurately represented, as we have multiple people emailing us as homeowners, as sitting on the boards of these 4 different communities that are right north of this. Here's the letter I sent. Here's the letter I sent. Here's the letter. And there's way more than 33. I will guarantee you that. So I don't want you to rezone. I don't want the city of Gilbert, the town council elections that are coming down to, hey, there's too many apartments in our city, so we're not voting for people who are going to vote for more apartments. I don't want to see that. You guys have the opportunity to stop, put your foot down. We don't need more apartments. These guys, they banked on something that didn't work out for them because of COVID. Deloitte doesn't want back in here because they're not going back to work. They had the option to buy the other 2 leases. They're not coming back because their employees aren't coming back to work. Now they want us to foot the bill, make more money on the apartments because that's where they can make money, and they can't make money off of their commercial development. That's why they can't answer your question about when they're going to build it out, because they don't have enough money and they don't have any people. And they're trying to say that if they get apartments, they'll get the people. Not happening. So I'm just begging you, as Planning Commission, let's not let them have more opportunity to make money off of our city that doesn't want them in the first place. And let's not ruin our town council elections because they're mad at you guys for letting more apartments in when you didn't have to, because we don't have to accept this rezone. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. And now Brad Simon. Is Brad Simon here? He didn't have any comments. He was opposed and he wished to speak. Okay. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak on this item? Yeah, please come forward. And then if you could, when you're done, just state your name and then fill out a comment card when you're... I do? Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, just state your name for the record in 3 minutes.
My name is Elizabeth Gandara. I live right in front of it. The house right in front of it is my dad has lived there since 1970. I was born and raised there. I have a 6-year-old and a 7-year-old, and I want to know, what are they going to do to protect my children? Like, my kids go out. My road, which is my driveway, is right next to the street they just built. And the pump, the water pump that belongs to all of us, how are they going to protect all that? We didn't choose for them to come. You know, like, my dad, when he bought that, it was all land. So for them to come and want to build a 5-story building in front of our house, we're already, like, last night my dad noticed they stole the spare tire from the car. The roads aren't even open. At 3 o'clock in the morning, we have people outside our house. So what are they gonna do to protect us? They took down my dad's fence. My dad had a fence where it marked his, he did the survey years ago. He had another fence, they took that down. And now all we have is a small little curb. So I'm opposed. I'm opposed to that, and so is my father. And that's all. Thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Thank you. Yeah.
Ma'am, can I ask you a quick question? I've heard from a couple folks tonight, so I'm curious because I'm trying to look at our development plan and the parcel map. Do you guys own these lots still, or are they owned by Revlon or
No, they're-
Nationwide and they're leased back, or how does that work?
Are you talking? I'll point here if you could. This?
Next. That's my dad's house. That's where we live. And I can show you. I took a picture of my daughter.
lots.
Yeah, my dad owns that lot.
Okay. Yeah, that's all I need to know. I didn't know if they were leased or owned or how that worked. Thanks.
I took a picture of my daughter today.
No,
Well,
it's just-
don't. We would have to put it into the public record, so we shouldn't see it unless you're able to.
Pardon me, but that community well services everybody, including them in the neighborhood.
What? 1 second. I just want to make sure that because if you're speaking, I should have you up there. So I want to get it on the record. But I would just note that the gentleman was talking about the well and that it serves everyone in the community. And I guess it's just for my own understanding, is the well right there? Right there? Yeah. Yep. Okay. Yeah. But I understand what you're saying, and I can appreciate exactly the proximity
And we
to
were
the
never
road.
informed, ever. Like, they never notified my dad, oh, we're going to do this or we're going to do that. This is the first time that we've been informed. And that's why we're here. The first time. The sign in front of our house, they put it on our property. And my sister told them, this is on my property. You need to get it off. Nobody's going to see it here.
Okay. Sir, I understand. And I think there's, the questions of the sign placement and all of that. But thank you. I'll let you get to it. And is there any other individuals that wish to comment at this time? Okay. Not seeing any, I will close the public comment and bring it back to the dais for. Oh, I'm sorry. That's right. I will not close it yet. If the applicant would like to speak in response to the comments, you can have 5 minutes, sir. And or if staff has anything to add.
Just looking at an exhibit where the signs were placed. This is per the direction given by the town where to place the signs. We give that map then to the sign company. So the signs are posted on Pecos, Lindsay, and Rivlon Parkway through the middle of it. So it can project to the public as well as the folks who live directly across the street from us. I think one of the things that I could appreciate the sentiments that are being shared here is they've lived in this area for some time. And as Nationwide began to explore coming to the town of Gilbert in 2006 and working together with them on creating infrastructure and development agreements and development plans, the expectation is that this 300-acre area would develop out with much greater intensity than what's been shown so far today. And while at one point this may have been considered a rural area, it's not necessarily a rural area when you look at the square mile that's around you. You have this site is bordered by 2 freeway interchanges on each side, 3 arterial streets, very tall buildings with heights up to 72 feet approved today, or frankly the vertical height overlay that's over all these properties up to 90 feet tall. There's a reason why the town adopted the vertical height overlay in 2008 for this property to steer and direct intensity to this area particularly because it's near a freeway, and particularly because they wanted to create that type of network. No one's been forced out. No one has been evicted. They have chosen to remain to live here even after we started acquiring and purchasing these properties and developing them since '06, and they can continue to remain there. We will not force anybody to leave. There is a well that is not used by Rivalon, but it's for the benefit of the neighbors. And if there is a concern about how the roadway Rivalon Boulevard works, we're happy to take a number of steps. We can put bollards around it if they prefer, to help secure that from the potential what if of a errant car driving along that road. I don't think that would happen in practicality, but if it's a concern, we can address that. I think this is a good example of what happens when a town is growing up. And as it grows up, it needs to attract employment. And as it brings on those employments, it has to provide for housing for those employments. And as it provides housing, it has to provide retail opportunities for those employments. This question today will be experienced again as they develop the east side along Lindsay Road. And that east side will include more amenities, all to serve the same larger employment park. We hope that people feel safe in this area. We hope that they can continue to live here as long as they choose. At no point will we ever force them. But what we can do is make sure that we put in things like proper roadways, drainage, security protocols, the kind of things that help this sustain itself long term without being a leech on the community. When you think about the demand on services per square foot compared to like a residential neighborhood, how much water that could use versus something like this, particularly with low water use fixtures and appliances, it doesn't have that same type of impact that you would have in a large neighborhood. If it's wrong to assume that we don't believe in Rivalon's long-term prospects and viability. If that were the case, we wouldn't be building a 107,000 square foot office building right now on the same agenda. In fact, we believe very strongly in this area. We think the development will build at its right pace and time as the market conditions warrant. But the reason why the whole plan and general plan was for BP is because we didn't know which components and where they would be placed. So you hold land in a kind of a holding pattern until you come up with that development plan. And we suspect that these plans will come back with additional revisions as it gets further through its intimate vision and process. This project is and will remain an employment park, but it can't do so without supporting elements like retail, like multifamily, and other similar components. And each one of those will include a general plan amendment with the rezone, whether it's 1 acre or 7 acres or 30 acres. At the end of the day, this area is improved. Yeah, I think it's on. Okay. At the end of the day, this is entitled and planned for far greater heights and intensities than what you've seen so far. And I know that will be a consistent question coming up, but if we can design a project that doesn't absorb so much of the horizontal area, you can still achieve the employment park that you want. And the ability to use cross parking that, yes, are through written in agreements, allows you to utilize essentially empty parking spaces at a time when they're not being occupied by other folks. So this is probably a good model of sustainability and one of the best ways to support the long-term health and viability of this employment park.
Thank you, sir. Okay, with that then, I will close the public comment. And now I will bring it back up to the dais for discussion. So who would like to kick it off? Commissioner
Can-
Bianchi.
Can we ask the applicant a couple questions?
I suppose if you'd like, I'll reopen. Okay.
Yeah.
I guess, yeah. Okay. Yes, please feel free to ask questions. Sorry.
Drag this on, but Adam, I thought some of the residents brought up some good points, at least to discuss. One of the ones I had is, are you under any obligation to provide assurances to protect that well that serves that community? Is there a need for any cross-access agreements or easements? How are you going to go about protecting the buffer to the R43 just to the south? I mean, we talk about transition of uses and buffers, and we would have that conversation with other. So I would be curious to see if there's any feedback you could provide on that.
I don't believe we are party to the well agreement, so it's hard for me to speak on something that I haven't seen myself or can influence. While we might not be a party, I think we're willing to ensure to protect it from a vehicular movement, and that's easily accomplished. But the development and the water usage that we would create, we're tied into the town's water system, so whatever we would utilize wouldn't come directly from that well source anyways. Yes, in fact, we just, I think, continued or finished drafting the shared parking agreement. Even though Nationwide's developing all this with the individual parcels, they still have to have those shared parking agreements in place. And so those mechanisms are in place to allow that to continue to operate moving forward. The question about the buffer, I appreciate that question. The road in itself is a sufficient buffer from the multifamily to the north and to us, but I don't want to ignore the fact that this is a business park area with 90-foot tall buildings allowed on the property today. And those buffers that would exist would be reflected in the code already. When you look where our building is located deeper into our site with the parking field in front, we would satisfy or exceed what it would be the otherwise required buffer for a business park building if one was built on this property today. And they would have that same circumstance if in condition if we move forward with the present zoning.
Is there any wall or anything there now between this potential use for Riverline Boulevard and those parcels, or no? Is it just all open? I'm not familiar.
Jim, yeah, I think it's open. Yeah, there's no present wall.
All right. Any other questions for the applicant before I reclose? Commissioner Johnson? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
I guess I'm just going back to that wall question. I mean, I don't know that this is even something the neighbors would want, but they mentioned some fence being removed and their kids playing out front. I don't know if they're open to any kind of screen wall or anything or something to fence in their yard somewhat. I don't know if you're open to working with them on anything like that.
Yeah, please speak into the microphone. Sorry.
First of all, the Riverline Boulevard is a publicly dedicated street. That's we worked with the town of Gilbert on. It's been approved, and the property that's immediately south of that is right up against the street, and any buffer that would be placed in there would have to be placed on their property. But I think that'd be. I mean, we'd be willing within limits to to try to do some kind of a protection in there, but ultimately, it's a publicly dedicated street that's been approved by the city, by the town.
Unfortunately, and I can tell there's a number of individuals wishing to speak, that the manner with which the meeting goes on is that the public comment comes and then there's rebuttal, and so there is not an additional time. If you needed to say more, you'd have to do it at either, likely would be the council meeting following this. So, okay. Any other questions? All right, we'll close the public comment officially now and bring it back up here to the dais for our discussion. And I just wanted to note that Ava told me that the lights may go off at 10 o'clock. So just, I assume we can then turn them right back on, but I just wanted to tell everyone it's not the developer doing something shady. Yeah. Okay. All right. Up to here. So who wants to start off some discussion? Commissioner Johnson, please start.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. First, I think it merits a response to the community input. In my 50-year professional planning career, I have rarely seen such a measured, respectful, and focused presentation of viewpoint than that gentleman in the back. I'm just really, really impressed, as well as with some of the other presentations. So I just wanted to preface that. Now back to the knitting. I think the Gilbert will always welcome a nationwide investor, and I think that is a quality development, especially the west side is just spectacular. I want to hope that they will continue the quality of that. However, I don't think they will build. If you build it, they will come. Regarding the apartment complex, I think we need to keep consistent with the master plan of a high quality commercial office development, and keep those parcels open for that kind of use, so that the build out does keep that sort of quality. I have a consistent policy concern in this town about 3- and 4-story apartments, almost like they're hovering over the city, ready to plop down. Someone cuts a string, and every development has one. So, and maybe that's a facetious sidebar, but I really think keep with this as an office commercial development. I don't see the compatible use for a multi-story, high-density apartment complex serves our long-term purposes. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Well, that's my job, Commissioner Bianchi.
All right. I actually echo some of Commissioner Johnson's points as far as the points that the residents made. I definitely think there are points for clarification that probably should be discussed prior to this going to council, because I think they made some very good points. And when we talk about the general plan, we balance the current versus the future, and that's kind of one of the things we're tasked to do. For me, I look at this and I go, we have a 280-acre master development. It's going to expect to have some changes as it works through towards various phases. I think to ask for some residential as part of that is a fair request. I might have a personal preference as to where they place this on the parcel, but it's their property, they own it, and if they think there's a need. So I do like that the project is centralized. I like that it's compact in nature and not sprawling, and that the amenities are internal to the site. But again, I thought the residents made a lot of good points tonight. So that's one of the things that kind of, I had to take a step back on that. But I think based off the future needs, I think this is a fair request. My worry is the initial impact to the residents that are there compared to where this development is going to go in the future. So I understand the request, but I do think there are probably some points for clarification that should be addressed before we go to council.
All right. Anyone else have any comments? All right. Well, I will give some comments. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you say? No, please go. Yeah.
Okay. I was just going to note that I echo that mixing up the uses here, that's something that I think is to be expected to some degree in a development of this size. Initially, I really appreciated that it was set off of Pecos and further in to protect those residents to the north. I do struggle with the fact that you have those large lot residential to the south, so I would like the developer to continue to work with them and find ways to provide any, fencing or anything that they can do to help buffer that and transition that. I understand the street is a buffer to that and the building is set back. I'm hoping the impact isn't as horrible as they think it's going to be, that it'll all settle and people will live their lives. But I guess that's where I'm landing. I'm still, I'm more impacted by how it's going to affect the neighborhood to the south than across Pecos Road. I think the streets are built to handle the traffic. I think that the height of the building, you could end up with offices that are looking into those same backyards. You could have, you know, a business that goes in there that has a huge amount of traffic as well. So I don't think it's going to be that different than something that could come in that is a business. So that's where I stand.
Okay. Commissioner Gage or Commissioner Anderson, anything you want to add?
I'll just echo what was just previously said. I do agree that even if it was kept as a business park or some sort of other commercial use with the height overlay, I mean, there's just a large building that's going to go there no matter what. I do think that mixing it up is probably more appropriate for today's market, especially with all that's going on with construction loans and lending and just the housing market alone. We're not going to see a single-family housing market come up for a while now. And unfortunately, I know multifamily is not popular, but that is the current residential market of today's times. So that's kind of my thoughts on this.
Thank you. Anything to add, Commissioner Gage?
I don't have anything to add that hasn't already been said. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Yeah, so I'll just add that I think I have a lot of empathy for the individuals that are living to the south of this, and I can see how it can be very overbearing to have a building that's going to be put in. I also empathize with the developer in the sense that if you have a developed and dedicated street and thoroughfare put in, their ability to affect change outside of that creates issues as well. I mean, even if they were the best interest, they could go in and build a wall there, like we've heard a lot about, last few years. But what that could do, I don't know. And I think that the difficult question for us here is that they could put a 90-foot tall office building right there. So that creates an issue of you're not going to have any major difference in the size or scope of what the building would be. Then it comes down to the number of families that would be in there. I would have to agree with Commissioner Anderson in the sense that in the current market, it is not like, it's not like they're turning down commercial users. And I would also say that although Nationwide is a developer, that they did invest a lot of money in this area, and there's plenty of other developers who would have found ways to piece this out and cut and run. I've seen it many times, and whether that's good or bad or whether that makes any difference, I don't know. And it's a very tough one because I don't know whether adding a whole bunch of families is going to make a major change. Is Deloitte going to suddenly have their employment coming back? I mean, I see the parking lot is completely empty all the time. So it's tough. And, and then you come into that there are deviations that are being asked for. And I would, and I do agree with the developer that internal open space and things like that are good, and those are amenities that people want. But I think you could have, there's things that could have been done, and there's always going to be that yin and yang anytime you're dealing with something like this. So it's a tough one, and we've been here a long time tonight, so I'm going to quit bellowing on, but I just want everyone to know that, I do hear you, and for what we can do in juggling what the town staff and town sees and the vision of how these things can do, your voices are being heard. So thank you. All right. Well, with that then, entertain any motions that any individuals would like to make.
Can I ask, Chair, I'm sorry, can I ask one question of staff? After whatever the recommendation is tonight, which council hearing would this be heard at? The date?
Chairman Munt and Commissioner Anderson, this is scheduled for the November 15th Town Council hearing.
So in a couple weeks?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I'll go ahead and make the motion then. Move to recommend to Town Council approval of GP 2209 Stillwater Riverlawn, a minor general plan amendment.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Anderson. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Anderson, second by Commissioner Gage. Is there any other discussion? All right, we'll go to the vote then. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? All right, the ayes have it. I believe on a 5-1. Was that okay? 5-1. Okay.
We still have the zoning.
Yeah, I know.
For the reasons set forth in the staff report, move to recommend approval to the Town Council for Z2207 Stillwater Riverlawn as requested, subject to the conditions listed in the staff report.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second from Commissioner Gage. Any other discussion? All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? 5-1. Commissioner Johnson, nay. Okay. Next item on the agenda. Item 23. Z22-13, mixed-use zoning districts. And I believe Noah is going to present.
The exact same start time as last time, 10:08 p.m.
Man. Okay. I'm Samantha Novotny, and this is Noah Schumerth, and we're doing Z2213, an LDC text amendment for mixed-use zoning. All right, we've got a little agenda here, and we'll try to run through it as efficiently as possibly we can. All right. We've got our recommended motion, case progress, going over the general plan compatibility, all the final versions of what we're proposing, and then questions. Uh-oh. All right, our recommended motion, as set forth in several things that we're going to iterate later on at the end. We're hoping that Planning Commission will recommend approval to Town Council for the creation of 3 new base zoning districts and other parts of the code that we'll go over. Okay, so far, case progress. At this point, we've received feedback internally from town staff of various departments, not just planning and development services, from yourselves as a planning commission at both meetings on October 5th and 20th, and from external community partners who frequently participate in development in Gilbert. We also published an official public notice of this text amendment as is required by the LDC. We haven't received any comment from the public thus far. So as for next steps, we are continuing our outreach. For example, we have an upcoming meet with the Chamber of Commerce. They've expressed wanting to meet with staff to ask a couple questions. And then we've got a study session with council coming up on the 15th. Hopefully all lined up to go for the final decision with town council on December 13th. We wanted to show this slide once more because we thought it was important. It's a common question we get where would these mixed-use zoning districts be expected to go? And again, we selected these pairings based on the general plan's land use framework. we think it's most appropriately managed with these selective pairings based on density that's expected in residential areas, and also to allow for the correct scale of development in commercial and the employment areas around town. I do want to note again that we are not rezoning any property around town. Any property owners that want to utilize this new proposed zoning district will need to apply for a rezoning application. So nothing is being rezoned with this proposal. Okay, I'm going to kick it off to Noah.
All right. Good evening, Commission and Chair Munt. I want to really quickly run the Commission just through a summary of the proposed districts, the 3 mixed-use districts that we have, since I think it's the first time that the 7 commissioners here in particular are meeting to discuss this item. It's been different alternates and such, and we've also made a number of revisions based on public comment, based on comment with some community partners, and with town staff, and your own comments that were provided in the study session on October 20th. So you're going to see going through these regulations, which will look very similar to you. You will see highlighted in yellow changes that were made since you saw this last. And then at the end of this section, I'll just talk about some of the rationale for changing things, and we'll go from there. So the mixed-use small district is meant to accommodate, again, neighborhood scale, small-scale mixed-use projects, which currently are very, very difficult to do based on town zoning standards. You will see that there's for residential components and projects with this, the density is limited, the maximum site size is limited, and again, it is designed to create kind of small-scale mixed-use projects. And there have been regulations put forth to kind of accommodate that development that have been developed based on comment from developers, from the public, from best practices, from planning organizations that we've begun to consult with. All of that has gone into creating these regulations, which you've reviewed in the attachments in your staff report. I will move through these quickly and welcome any discussion on any of the regulations that you see on the screen here. Mixed use at large, again, kind of doing the larger scale mixed use projects, trying to maybe improve on some of the particularly medium density properties that you'll see in the town. Again, trying to improve design outcomes, trying to make them fit better with town character. Again, there's a lot of work that's been done to thinking about how we can do zoning for this scale of project better in the town. And so again, you'll see the regulations here. They're very similar to the previous district that you saw, the mixed use small, just paired with a different way of managing site size, a little bit higher densities, a little bit higher heights, just kind of nudging that upward. And then you'll see some new use regulations here, the requirement for 2 unique uses, uses that are included, at least one building on these sites being including more than one use, to make sure that the mixed use code isn't a loophole to get around to do large scale developments without actually staying true to the intent of the mixed use districts. Again, all of the regulations that you see on the screen there are in the attachments of the staff report that you've reviewed. Finally, the mixed-use regional district, large-scale, kind of more employment-focused districts, meant to really think about creating kind of larger districts that can have a blend of uses in a way that's a little bit more cohesive, a little bit more supportive of one another. And again, you'll see once again that the density is increased. The general plan categories that this is allowed in are very limited. You'll see the slightly increased height from the last 2 districts that you've seen. Similar regulations in terms of landscape setbacks, things like that as well. And then some regulations that point you towards a little bit more of an urban feel with these developments. Once again, you'll find the details on this district in the attachments of your staff report. You'll find a couple more changes here in the additional standards that have been created for all 3 mixed-use districts, namely some different ways that we're thinking about administering tracks through developments, keeping arterials a little bit more set back, or setting back buildings a little bit more from arterials as a way to kind of respect the existing character of the town and think about how these developments might, especially as we move towards infill development, might start to affect surrounding properties. So being mindful of that based on comments from town staff, and then a couple other changes that you'll see reflected in the attachments of your staff report. So just to summarize the revisions that have been made since we last spoke, and this was based on comments about a desire to have flexibility to ensure that it's actually a useful tool. It's one that is going to be used by people who want to come build in the town of Gilbert, while also being mindful of the effects that larger projects like this tend to have on surrounding properties. There was a slight increase in height since you've seen this project last time. The increased setback requirements and the like have not changed for those taller buildings. Again, refer back to the previous presentation for those notes. There was the elimination of the maximum story count for structures. There's been some simplified and broadened landscape and open space requirements. Instead of reducing it and doing any sort of tiered system as was proposed last time, instead we are looking at a kind of flat requirement of 20%. That was as low as town staff felt comfortable going, but still allowing for some flexibility with private open space and streetscape that is meant for more pedestrians. Kind of, again, more of a human scale environment could be counted as open space, and that would be reviewed administratively. I mentioned the arterial setbacks. I won't repeat those again. And then just adjusting use requirements to ensure that there's a minimum of 2 uses in at least one structure in all zoning districts, making sure that we're, even if it is still kind of horizontally attached, we're still getting buildings that are genuinely mixed use in character, are the kinds of buildings that we're seeking through the mixed use design guidelines, which are attached for your review in the staff reports. Everything else is largely just changing the way that we would administer this to make it easier for town staff and for you, the commission, and then ultimately council, to interpret decisions for future mixed-use projects. Okay. So we revised the definition, and there were some comments from commission last time that the definition as provided was potentially too broad, and had a lot of potential areas that could be abused and create projects that could be advocated for that are less than what we're looking for. So we have a new definition here that's still a little bit longer, but took out certain elements such as the requirement for measurable traffic impact and certain language that wasn't particularly easy to administer or prove in the development review process, still emphasizing that pedestrian-oriented environment, public and semi-public spaces, and really emphasizing the broad range of scales of mixed-use developments, really trying to move away from an idea that this has to be, hulking buildings that are towering over other existing developments, especially since this is more of an infill-based tool. We don't want to emphasize that. So again, really focusing on coordinated development plan, pedestrian environment, and a wide range of scales that this can be administered for. And we think the language is a little bit tighter and more serviceable for town staff.
Yeah, I can touch on this slide. It really did not change from, I'll take that, from last time. And I know a couple commissioners may or may not have seen this, so I'll just cover it really quickly. We really thought that there was a balance needed for the variety of uses that are expected to occur in this zoning district and within a project, within neighboring uses. So we have 2 mixed use districts, believe it or not, HVC and GVC, and even GBC acts sort of in a mixed use way. So we use those as our model, as our template, seeing what uses were allowed there, what limitations have we imposed in these areas, and then kind of expanded from there, looking at our commercial districts and office districts. What else is allowed there? What could be used in a cohesive fashion, and trying to be more flexible in a way that hasn't been used in Gilbert, and trying to fill in the gaps of our toolbox in planning. And then we have the 2 new L limitations right there that just popped up. L36 and L37. And in the last meeting, Chair Simon asked about the time limitation. I think he was concerned that there would be a restriction on night uses or restaurant uses, and that is not the intent of this limitation. That's outlined in the staff report, but it was to limit really 2 other uses that have nothing to do with restaurants or eating establishments. So I think we answer his question there. Okay.
Great. Yep, we're going back up. Sorry. There we go. The supporting LDC amendments, these are the supplemental use, additional use regulations that are pretty common for all our zoning districts. I won't run through every single one. I just want to touch on a couple past points of discussion that we had with Commission, namely the Heritage District Overlay District. It is an area that there was a request from town staff and some discussion with Commission about whether these mixed-use districts should be allowed to be used in that overlay area. Town staff has come forward with a recommendation that we do not include the mixed-use districts as being available for use in that area. The reason for that is because the HVC zone is designed to be the mixed-use zone for that Heritage District area. It's designed with the goals of the Redevelopment Commission and the Heritage District design standards they administer in mind. And again, there are design standards that are unique to that would create conflicting standards between mixed-use zones and HVC zones. Given that all development that goes through the Heritage District overlay area, or that goes through in that area, is required to go through a separate commission, the Redevelopment Commission, it's seen that that board should take up questions about how this zoning district would be used to achieve the goals of the Heritage District. And at this time, we're not comfortable putting that forward. So there's a specific use for these zones, and we'd like to maintain the kind of integrity of the vision of the Heritage District and be very cautious with how we affect that vision. Everything else is largely what you've seen before. Is details, just changes to the things like wireless communication facilities and walls, and just some minor edits that have been made to support these districts in those sections. And again, you'll see summaries of those changes in the staff report. These are just supplemental. They can take it or leave it. They're just for discussion. So just to wrap up with you really quickly, the design guidelines are an important feature of these zoning districts that I really want to emphasize to you. They actually weren't part of the original vision for this, but as we saw the need to make sure that these districts conform to what the general plan says today, and make sure that we're actually getting really good outcomes from these mixed-use developments, we saw it important to write a set of design guidelines. I think we can point to all too many projects, especially ones with a large residential component, that are in a field of parking or does not feel like they're kind of taking space a little bit away from the neighborhoods around them. They're not adding things to the development that's immediately around them. And we wanted to make sure that our design guidelines were written in a way that we're achieving the goals of the general plan and making sure that those larger developments are actually coming through in a way that is, human scale and livable and adds to the environment of Gilbert, not detracts from it. And so this was a really important component of our work on these mixed-use design guidelines to make sure that we don't repeat past mistakes that have been made in urban design when it comes to attempts to create mixed-use development. So again, these guidelines have just 4 key areas they touch on: street design, building layout and placement, open space and landscaping, and building design. Thinking about building developments from the ground up as a way to start to steer developers in the direction of really good design outcomes for the town, being really clear about what the town wants in these mixed use developments, and giving them you as well a tool that you can use to actually shape development and making sure it's something that's consistent with the goals of the general plan. There's text in there that is taken directly from the general plan. You've seen all of this before, so I'm not going to detail it since we're at 10:25 at night, but just showing you some of the principles that have been pulled from the general plan to kind of steer these design guidelines, and just letting you know that those will be applicable to the mixed use districts that you're reviewing tonight for a decision hearing, as well as the zones there that do allow a loft above project. It's a term you've heard quite a bit tonight, but those developments would now fall under the design guidelines of this mixed use code So that's something that to consider as well in looking at this project. And then here's just some samples of pages. You saw the text last time. This is the final graphic designed version of it that's meant to be more user friendly, meant to be easy to read for residents, commissioners, and planning staff alike. So in conclusion, the recommended motion as set forth in, and we'll be careful about this, the amendment to the definition for mixed-use zoning, the use table, and attachments 1 through 3 of the staff report. Why it's written that way is because of the changes that have been made. There were some slight errors in the staff report, particularly related to building height and setbacks that were not consistent between the report and the attachments. And so making sure that the attachments 1 through 3, which is the bulk of the regulations that have been proposed with these districts, all the amendments that are proposed, but also taking that use table and that amendment to the definition, making sure we're clear that those are the current versions of everything that you're looking at. We just wanted to be straightforward about that. But we recommend approval of this case and all of the attendant amendments that are required to make this legally feasible related to 3 districts: mixed use small, mixed use large, and mixed use regional. And with that, I open it up to the commission for discussion. Thank you for your time, Commission and Chair Mont.
Thank you so much. All right. Just previous to 10:30, does anybody have any questions that they would like to ask? Commissioner Bianchi.
I'm sorry to do this to everybody because I think we're all exhausted. Okay, so Noah and Samantha. So since we're considering adding 3 new zoning categories, and how long has staff really been working on this? Because I mean, we're asking for a recommendation tonight. It seems like we've seen it for a couple of months, but it seems like you guys have been working on this probably for months based off the material you've been able to put together.
Commissioner Bianchi, this is true. As early as February, we kind of were doing pre-research for this project. We did a peer community analysis to start gathering input on what other communities in the West that are kind of model communities for Gilbert that are similar to us, what they're doing with mixed-use zoning. We gathered those findings. We started to really kind of build a framework for this project. The reason why you're seeing a lot of changes happen or a lot of movement very quickly is more just because of the fact that we've received a lot of feedback from town staff. We've received a great deal of comment from you, the commission. People we've talked to have given us a lot of feedback that we want to make sure that we're incorporating in ways that, again, still meet our general plan standards and what we've done thus far in Gilbert. But that's where those changes that you saw, that some of the revisions that you saw here, those were just directly related to public and internal comment on this project. So again, Samantha, you might have more to share on that. But again, it started months ago. But again, we've been trying to be really clear and be open to being shaped by comments because of the fact that the initiation hearing was on October 5. And so making sure that anything that's happened since then is incorporated in the documents has been really important to us.
And then last meeting, you showed comparisons from a variety of cities nationally. Mm-hmm. Is Gilbert's approach to this similar to other communities for some regional consistency, or are we taking a unique approach?
So yes and no. It's a unique approach to Gilbert just because the standards look a little bit different. But the idea of having a couple of districts at different scales is very common, especially in suburban communities in the West. I'll point to Henderson, Nevada as an example. They have 3 districts. They have a mixed-use neighborhood, a mixed-use corridor, and a mixed-use regional. Sounds a little familiar. Or I think it's called like regional development scale or something like that. But they are meant to kind of provide these 3 different types of mixed use development. That's something that's pretty consistent amongst you'll find in other suburban communities. They have different districts for different scales. What's unique to Gilbert is everything that you see inside of those districts. It's meant to fit into the built character you'd see in some of these general plan categories that you saw on the screen earlier in the presentation. Heights are brought down. There's certain, things that have been put in place to kind of make sure that this really fits with Gilbert while still getting the benefits of a workable mixed-use district. And as you are probably aware, mixed-use development is a trend nationwide. It's something that's becoming much more common. And Gilbert is getting more and more requests for those types of development. And we don't have transparent zoning tools that are available that are, again, kind of publicly responsive. That can actually support that kind of development. And so this is trying to get ahead of that type of development a little bit in a way that other communities are also doing.
Okay, thanks. And last one, I promise, is, so what's your possible time frame for where projects or applicants could potentially pursue these categories? I mean, how early could we start seeing something like this
So,
if it's approved?
Right, Commissioner Bianchi. Assuming that it was passed by council on December 13, you heard one project this evening, Madera Park, that was interested in the MUL district that we showed you on the screen this evening. They're aware of this project, and have been very transparent about that. That would still go through a rezone, so that would be several months, and we would look at that, and you would have the same kind of debate here regarding the merits of that zoning. But in theory, you could see projects coming in fairly quickly because there's a lot of interest in doing mixed-use zoning. But again, they would have to go through a full zoning case, potentially general plan amendment cases, which would have a much higher level of scrutiny. And they would still have to then change things to meet the design standards and some of the things that we've started to create to go with those mixed use districts. So I could imagine that in the first couple months, but not like the month immediately following the passage of those districts.
Thanks, Noah. Thanks, Chairman.
My pleasure, Commissioner Bianchi. Anyone else have anything they'd like to add? Commissioner Johnson?
Mr. Chairman, Noah, Samantha, really well done. I'm extremely impressed. I remember a couple of decades ago when this first started, the plan unit development and mixed-use development, and I think you're really putting Gilbert on the map in terms of a really exciting and innovative, and like you said, the earlier example, if they had that project would have been much more interesting. So especially the design guidelines, I think that's the keystone of this, and I'm glad you added that. So well done.
Commissioner Johnson, thank you.
Commissioner Davis. Oh, well, I'll just say, I know you guys have put in a lot of work on this, and I think it'll be very beneficial to help to corral some of the development and to help dictate terms that are beneficial to the town without having, as much consternation. So, well done. All right. That's enough bloviating on my part. I'll entertain a motion.
Chair, I would like to make a motion that we approve Z2213 with the amendments that Noah outlined in his report. I wrote down a few things. I don't know if I captured it all. The amended definition, the use table attachments 1 through 3. Is
Correct.
that everything?
Commissioner Davis, correct.
And I also want to let them know, I agree. You guys did an excellent job. That's a lot of work went into that, and it's really, really a thorough document. Thank you.
Thank you. The praise means a lot.
It does.
I second the motion.
All right, we have a motion from Commissioner Davis and a second from Commissioner Johnson. Any more discussion? Didn't think so. All right, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion's unanimous. Okay, moving right along. Administrative items. I'm not going to read what they are, but they're administrative items. Number 24, Planning Commission minutes. Consider approval of the minutes of the study session and regular meeting from October 5th, 2022. Would anybody like to make a motion to approve those minutes?
So moved.
Commissioner Johnson?
There's going to be one change I was going to ask.
I'm sorry, okay.
Yeah. So on page 13, it said Commissioner Anderson stated the Dexcom building was 650,000 square feet. That was me. I was wrong. I think it was over 500,000. I would hate for him to have to carry that burden of such an egregious comment stuck in the minutes. So I can tell. I could tell tonight. I don't remember making that comment. Just something was off tonight.
This was the most magnanimous motion.
Yeah.
Indicting himself. All right. So I don't know if that's captured in the motion, but I'm going to assume it is. So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion's unanimous. All right, we'll move on to communications, executive session. We do not have one. Next, report from the chairman and members of the commission on current events. Current events is it's almost tomorrow. Okay, that's it. Report from planning services manager on current events.
Really quickly, Jasmine Carter, our planning tech, was recently promoted to planning specialist. I wanted to congratulate her on that. We are still looking for 2 more planners and now a planning tech. So if anybody knows anybody that's interested, and really just kudos to Samantha and Noah. Couldn't have picked a more perfect team to do this, have worked unbelievably hard and professionally for months to bring you the product that you saw tonight. So thank you both.
All right, and with that, I adjourn this meeting.